Hello, hello, hello. This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. It has actually been quite some time because I've been focusing in on just consistently putting out videos, putting out, that type of content and everything of the sort. So hopefully at a point in time, people have been able to view quite a bit of those videos. For anybody who has viewed any of those videos, much love, respect, and appreciation. And, thank you for showing up and having a lot of those notifications directly turned on. If you don't have notifications turned on, make sure you do so at this moment in time so you can always catch this content. On top of the fact, make sure you hit that subscribe button. That'd be great. That'd be awesome. Helps out the channel a lot. But anyways, we're going to get to the normal sea of all the content that I've been doing for over the many weeks, if not months, where you have Africans deciding that they want to speak, Africans and many others that want to primarily speak on Black Americans and all of this, type of thing. Again, they're losing their minds right now due to the fact that we've called for a boycott. Some of them, for whatever reason, think that we're talking about the whole continent of Africa. I'm not sure what education people have at this current moment in time, but no Black American has stated that. We're consistently talking about the disrespectful Africans that are here. Of course, there are some disrespectful Africans back on the continent, but that's whatever at this moment in time. We're talking about the ones that come directly to our home, which is the United States, right? Black Americans are the foundation here. We are an integral part of the fabric in the United States, regardless of whatever it is that people want to sit up here and state and say. We are irreplaceable, and that is just a fact. So now we're going to listen to this African man decide to speak on Black Americans and see what he has to say. Yo, Shan, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, Bushido, what is going on? Ishmael, what is going on? Hey, Pink. So we're gonna get directly into this video and hear what he has to say. And again, because of some of the content I've covered before, you guys should technically recognize his face because he has gone left and right when it went to talk about Black Americans and all this other type of stuff. So let's go into it.
You can never, with the mentality of an FBA, you can never rival white Americans. With the mentality of an FBA, you can never get to the level, economic and political power with white Americans because you guys have a crap in the barrel mentality. Crap in the barrel mentality. Filled with jealousy on top of that. When you delineate yourself, do you think any other black person around the world who is doing international business will want to work with you? Do you think any other black person, including other African Americans who don't identify as FBAs, they will want to do international business with you? You will be by yourself. So most black people around the world, they don't give two if you delineate. Delineate and see your economic situation. You don't own nothing. Instead of building together, you want to reduce yourself to perpetual servants. The world is moving forward. The world is moving forward. And you guys want to follow a pimp, an ex-pimp. Your role model as a leader is an ex-pimp.
What?
Your role model as a leader is an ex-pimp who used to prostitute black women. Right? So you can delineate. Nobody give two. But remember, America is a land where people came from all over this planet to build. You can delineate and stay in your little hood. The rest of America will still continue with European Americans and with black people and with African Americans who are not FBA. The Nigerians or the Jamaicans or the Ghanaians who are doctors, who are engineers, who own businesses, they're still going to be in America. You will delineate back into your little hood. Delineate into your little hood. America will still go forward. For your information, you don't have no power.
Okay, this is what I want to say to anybody who is African currently in the United States at this moment in time. I just want to know why is it that your people are so disrespectful? And how is it that y'all decide to talk? Either if you're in the continent, if you're over there with the queen at her graveyard, or if you're directly in the United States or Canada, why is it that y'all decide to talk so bold online as if y'all running stuff over here? Y'all would not be over here if it was not for us. Like I'm a little bit confused because this dude is talking with, and I want people, for anybody that's Black American, I want you to pay attention to what he said. He was like, you can delineate back to your little hoods. Notice that disrespectful talk as to basically say like, oh yeah, it's cool, you can separate from us, but make sure you go back to the ghettos. Make sure you go back to the little, impoverished areas, the low level areas. Make sure you sit up there and stay there. Oh, that's amazing. Because the last time I checked, if I can remember, if anybody grew up at a time and age where they used to run commercials, 10 cents a day can sit up there and save little Sarah from hunger. It can give little Zachariah a bag of rice that his family needs. It can give little Steven for an extra 50 cents mosquito net that can save his life. Last time I checked, it wasn't the other way around where Africans were running commercials talking about that they were donating money to Black Americans. This was a one-way street. Correct me if I'm wrong. Last time I checked, the United States and many other areas used to have concerts dealing with AIDS and HIV, and they would run these concerts in order to donate money over there to Africa, correct? It wasn't the other way around. Like, it's crazy to me how y'all get directly on this internet and start talking so wild just because you came over to the United States and made a little bit of money. Wow. Color me surprised. And then you think because now you've elevated yourself over your African family, friends, and brethren, back in the motherland, that somehow that makes you greater than Black Americans here. Nah, buddy, we're still not even on the same level. Because remember, the only reason that you're able to get this education, those little degrees directly from the white man, is colleges, and is because of us, because of all of the fighting that we did, the back and forth, the arguing, all of the blood, sweat, and tears, the sacrifices of which you guys still haven't sat up there and done. Because last time I checked, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's tons of Africans everywhere else, but technically Africa. Technically, I just saying, it's a little bit weird to me, right? You got Africans fleeing directly to Australia, Africans fleeing to Russia, Germany. Right? You got Russia, you got Africans fleeing directly to the UK, going directly to China, going to Japan, going to Canada, going to South America, going to North America. Like, y'all going everywhere. Y'all might even be in Alaska at this moment in time. Y'all going everywhere else. And then you got the nerve to sit up there and say that you're proud of your homeland. You're proud of where it is that you're so proud of it that you run from it. You're so proud of it that you will sit up there and literally leave your family. You're not even packing bags. As soon as you see the first thing smoking, you dropping the kids, you dropping whatever husband and wife you got. It don't even matter about the elders. You're leaving them there. You're not bringing anybody with you in order to lift them up. You're not doing that. Now, see, the funniest thing is, shout out to Chief Keef when I mention this. Chief Keef, what he did was, right, he is a Chicago drill rapper, right? He made all of his money off of this music, but it was very hot in Chicago, right? Meaning that it was a lot of people, losing their lives over this, these rap beefs and all this other type of stuff. He got the idea, along with many others, that we're going to take this money and we're going to move directly up out the hood. We're going to California, and everybody is going to have longevity in their life. Nobody's life is going to get cut short when you're around me and living with me. That's what he did. There's a lot of other rappers that have literally taken their families and other people's from the block directly to safer areas so that they could actually live. I don't see Africans doing that. And then those same Black Americans that happen to leave out of that area, they'll try to, come back and maybe get a few more people if they got common sense, if they're actually about the life of trying to change. trying to actually build themselves up. Now, when I sit up there and look at the Africans that are running, that are fleeing, that are leaving their kids, such as that nurse that wanted to make those great grave threats towards Black Americans when she wanted to say that, oh, we'll get the Caribbeans, we'll get the Haitians, we'll get the Jamaicans, we'll get the other Africans, we'll get the Indians, we'll get the Chinese, and we'll just come together as immigrants, and we'll go against the Black Americans. This is a war that you guys don't want. This is a war that you guys won't win. What? Ma'am, if I knew your actual location, I promise you I would do a live stream calling ICE directly on you and your whole family. I am not even playing. Because let me make this very clear. Let me make this very clear. I am not one to sit up there and stand idly by as an immigrant is going to make such blatant threats to Black American lives directly out here, knowing the fact that that person is directly in the medical field. I don't have time for that. No. We do not do that directly up out here. Like I said, just imagine if Black Americans went to somebody else's country and decided to talk as bold as a lot of these Africans and many others decide to speak. Just picture that. Like, does nobody understand how disrespectful that is? Because for whatever reason, people make it seem as though that Black Americans are the ones that are problematic because we're responding to the disrespect that we're vocally receiving online. We are vocally receiving online. Like I said, this is, brother, what? What is even happening here? And then Africans and other people want to all get, their panties directly in a bunch, and y'all want to try to make a response. We got 54 countries and this, that, and the third, and you could never. We don't care. We got 50 states of which you've probably never been to. We don't care about your 54 countries. We do not care. I'm not sure why y'all keep bringing this up as if you are teaching us like some stuff from like TLC or the Discovery Channel. We know what's there. We see clearly the land masses, Black Americans. I'm not sure if Africans know it or not. We grew up with maps, globes. We went to school where they taught us about a variety of places around the world. We also have the History Channel, the Discovery Channel, TLC, many of those types of things. So we know about certain things. We may not know it in the sense of how you know it because you live there. So obviously you should know it. That's like me automatically thinking that an African should be able to know all the states along with the cities and the towns that are here. That would be dumb for me to expect that. That would be stupid, right? But for whatever reason, a lot of these Africans, they're automatically with this whole thought process of like, oh, we have to sit up there and teach you as if we're some little children. Obviously, the real children here are the ones that don't fight back, which are the Africans. Last time I checked, you guys are still having a problem with Europe, correct? You guys are, still having all those issues. Matter of fact, dealing with the Africans, why is it that if everything, dealing with the out of Africa theory, right? If we're dealing with the fact of Black Americans, you guys have a problem with Black Americans being not calling themselves African, right? Cool, fine, no problem. Why is it that you're not trying to bring everybody else into the fold of being African? Why are you not telling the Chinese that they're running from being African? Because last time I checked, historically speaking, if you look back at China, a lot of the Chinese people were darker complected. What happened? Africans, why aren't you calling them to come back home instead of allowing them to invade? See how that works? But yet you guys don't got no smoke for that. Your mouths ain't open for that. You're not online trying to sit up and say this, that, and the third, while the Chinese are coming over just freely taking over your land, taking your women, taking land. They're playing chess while you're up here playing bottle caps. You see how that works? Diabolical. It's the same bottle caps that y'all were playing back during when the Europeans came over and, y'all wanted to give over some people, aka the good stock, as you say, the out of Africa theory, right? Dealing with slavery. There was no Black people in North America. Anybody Black came directly from Africa. Okay. All right. So if, again, out of Africa theory, if everybody comes directly from Africa, then you should be telling white people to stop denying their African heritage. You should be telling the Europeans, the other Europeans over in Australia, you should be telling the whole world to come back to Africa. But for whatever reason, out of the whole planet, it seems that people are so fixated on Black Americans. Why? Why is that? That's a little bit just this small piece of the population you guys are so fixated on. It's a little bit weird. Like, why is it that you guys are not trying to pull everybody from the Caribbeans over back to Africa? Why is that? You got some people over there in the islands that will sit up there and claim to be Irish before anything else. So again, I'm a little bit confused on what is the fixation with Black Americans. Little just trying to figure some stuff out. Oh yeah, Jamal said don't forget PBS. That's bars. That's bars. PBS, that was another good one too. If people grew up during that timeline, that is another great show, public broadcasting station. Correct me if I'm wrong if I might have missaid that. But yeah, like I said, this is all just full on nonsense. Full on nonsense. And speaking directly on this, I'm trying to see if I can find the picture because I just gotta showcase this real quick. I know y'all probably can't sit up there and see it. I wish I could zoom in a little bit more. You might have to zoom in on your screen. Might have to turn it sideways. For the person whoever this man is, I don't know who you are. I don't know what you do for a living, but I do know and see that you are a content creator. For a lot of people that roll up to my platform, I don't know why it is that you guys, this is a segue by, just to put that out there. I don't know why a lot of you guys decide to leave comments knowing the fact that you yourself have a YouTube channel. And I can just so happen to peruse and, look at some of that stuff directly there. Before you start deciding that you want to come directly to my platform and saying some crazy stuff and then deleting it, I need you to work on some better content. You don't have any type of voice directly to me when you got 5 videos, 5 subscribers, and 821 views directly on your platform, and you have years worth of space in between when it is that you wanted to do content and you wanted people to come there and subscribe directly to you. Obviously you weren't about that life of doing content. Obviously you don't know what it is that you specifically want to sit up there and do. And I guess that this person, if I can, I'm trying to put this directly up there at this moment in time. I guess that this person, while leaving these comments that you can see directly in front of you, let me see. I got to get a little bit close. I'm sorry, because I want to make sure to read these. This person stated on one of the comments, because I tried to go back and actually look for this person's comments, and the same day that I actually got the snapshot, they decided to delete them, or they just didn't exist. I don't know what happened. Maybe I'm blind. I do have 4 eyes. I might need a new prescription. I'm not sure. But this is what this person said. It was like, all you passive Negroes will be lined up with the rest of the passive Negroes if you're not building African unity, right? You marks in the way. I'm guessing you must be from the West Coast. I came up under the Black Panthers. Pull up. Uru. Next, he said, all you so-called FBA or whatever, keep y'all marks, expletives, here in the United States. With this deceiving expletive and expletive passive Negro pushing this expletive. All y'all just talk and ain't gonna bust a grape. This ninja gonna let clicks and likes be his demise. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. For anybody out here, again, if you're trying to at least come directly at me, please have your content up. Please have your views up. My least viewed video has more views than your whole channel. That's crazy to me. And you wanted to do car shows. This is how nice I am. I'm willing to sit up there and put this person directly on my platform and showcase their work, showcase their name. Try to get views directly to their videos, because obviously you're suffering right now. As I told people before, if people actually hate my content and dislike me so much, start actually creating a channel. Put your voice directly out there. Right? I've been doing this for about 5 to 6 years. It's not that difficult. It's not that hard. And I tell people this for years. 4 years. And again, I replied to this person directly in the comments section. I'm like, you got it. Like I said, I don't got time to deal with people that want to be these super hard thugs. And, like I said, I tell people all the time, that's not me. That's not the, the wave that I'm directly on, right? You're harder than me. You got the street life, all this other type of shit. I'm a mark and that. You got it. You got it. No problem. Like I said, it's crazy to know that, this person said he grew up during the Black Panthers, but yet when I look at any of the videos that are directly up there, none of that is reflective. I'm the one that's basically a mark, and I'm against this and that. I'm not building for African unity, and clicks and likes are going to be my demise. How? You're on social media too, dummy. Aren't you looking for clicks and likes? Aren't you looking for people to subscribe? Because that's clearly what you wrote directly. Let me go back and read what he had directly up here. Let me see. He said, Oakland, California. So I was right. He was from the West Coast. Oakland, California. In these trenches, freedom fighting and hustling, crime scene footage of the streets, racing, cars, and sideshows, and Oakland culture and everything in between. Come take a ride and see. Like and subscribe. So, dummy, are you not on social media doing the exact same thing that I'm doing? You're making content. You're looking for likes. You're looking for people to subscribe. You're looking for engagement. Like this is the type of clownery that I talk about all the time. Those that actually do something, regardless on how it is that people feel about my content, I'm actually using my voice. I put time and energy and years directly into this in order to bring awareness to a variety of different things, to bring up a lot of different conversations. The people that will, like myself, and the people that don't will be just like him with this low ass YouTube channel with 800 and something views, with only a few videos. And like I said, I didn't grow up during the Black Panther era, but you can obviously see the work that I do and what I'm committed to actually doing versus just talking in somebody else's comment section complaining, being a grown man. Crazy work, diabolical in nature. Shout out to California though. Shout out to Oakland. This is one of your guys. Shout out to Oakland. Much love and respect to everybody else out there in Oakland. I don't know what like I said, I don't know what to tell y'all. I don't know what to tell y'all. That's crazy. Yo, this is crazy. That is diabolical work, man. That's diabolical. I didn't grow up in that era, but obviously something must have stuck from there. Got grandparents and people in the family older than me that were part of, Black Panthers and everything in that sense, or part of different organizations during that era. Yeah, it's crazy work. Diabolical. But again, you got another person here that seems to be fixated on Black Americans and how it is that we decide, or what it is that we decide to call ourselves. Like I said, this is the most interesting time in social media for Black Americans at this moment in time, because you see so many things being stated and said while Black Americans are sitting still. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. Anyways, let's continue on to the next video. Find a pile and we don't somebody nothing ain't worth a dime.
In this world full of confusion, full of drama, country music is the only thing that makes sense to me.
That's crazy. Africans doing country.
There's two things, my darling. Nothing I know.
Brother.
There was a girl.
But Black Americans don't have no culture yet, right?
When I started out, it was a very tiny genre. Yes, there were country music programs on the radio, and that was pretty much, and people never got to get together like this, in a setting like this.
Brother, what? How is he trying to do like a southern
I'm getting to know about the
messages
messages that country
in Africa? Brother,
it's all about family, sad songs, love songs, heartbreak songs, talks about life generally.
It's a dream country to me to see a crowd like this today.
I'm going down to the Home Depot. Brother, what is happening? And I promise you that these Africans don't even know the roots of country music and the people who started, the people who influenced, the people who don't get any type of credit. It's the credit. Literally in Africa, you have people doing country. What is going on? What is happening? What is happening? I could have sworn people said that Black Americans don't have no culture. I could have sworn people said that Black Americans don't have no type of culture. What? What is this? What is this? How are you African having a Southern draw? You ain't never been South. You ain't never been South. You ain't even never been to the United States. How? How? And you're not going to sit up there and tell me that magically you just had, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, just Southern whites just automatically going to Africa, just teaching them country. Word. Because that would have been online. That would have been all over the internet. White people would have been raving about that, because that's what they normally do whenever it is that they teach somebody that they feel is low or impoverished. It's like, oh, look what this blonde-haired, blue-eyed person just sat up there and did for this African kid. You can't make this stuff up. You cannot make this stuff up. You can't make this up. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. You said this is why you don't support anything about Shabuzi. Yeah, last time I checked, if I remember correctly, somebody can correct me in the comments. I could swear that dude is Nigerian, and he's doing country music. And then that same dude also did a collaboration with Burna Boy, who was also African. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. Color me surprised when I saw that collaboration. I'm like, of course. Why wouldn't it happen? They're both African. But again, Black Americans don't have no culture. We don't have no influence. We don't cause no movements or no waves directly out here. We don't got nothing, right? We're just cotton pickers, as they say. We're just cargo and slaves. Crazy work. Diabolical. Like, and the craziest part is like, all right, if you're going to do country, I get it, but it's like, so y'all don't have like an African guitar or something? Because like everybody said, I'm going on the out of Africa theory. All music and everything, rhythm and everything started directly from Africa, correct? So he should realistically be playing, to be authentic in a sense, right? He should have an African guitar or playing some African strings while also wearing African clothes. Just saying. If we're going to say that Africa is the source of every single thing on this planet, it would make sense that you would see some authenticity that did not look reflective of Western European white American society here. Matter of fact, thinking about it, even with the terminology cowboy, I'm pretty sure a lot of Africans don't even know how that originated or where that even came from or who specifically it was used for. And then once that terminology cowboy gained, some popularity, some positivity to it, it was magically swapped. And other people took that name over. Like I said, there's a lot of things dealing with Black Americans. I promise you, a lot of these Africans don't know nothing about, but yet they're so quick to run their mouths. That is crazy. Wow. Source Fishing said, I didn't know that. I just found this out today. I did not even know that this. I knew about, like, let's say like Japan, and they got like the what was it, Harajuku, whatever. They got like the Black culture down there in Japan, right? They got a variety of different things. They got a Latin culture. They got a Black American culture. All this other type. They even got like some Crips and Bloods type stuff down. I'm like, what is happening out here? it is ridiculous. You know what? Let me show you how it gets even more ridiculous, right? Let me just see if I can bring this picture directly up, because again, this was something that I found out about later. Again, I found out about all this in the same day. Can I make this smaller so you guys can see it? I can't. So this is called, if I can go to the image. But basically, anyways, if you type it in, it says And this is in, I think, South Africa. They said the American gang is the largest street gang and organized crime group based in Cape Flats area of Cape Town. The Americans is a corporate body of many smaller gangs in Cape Town. What is going on? What is going on? You're African in Africa, and you have a gang called the Americans. Huh? How do you do this? That's like me starting up a gang in like let's say like way back, like let's go some 90s or 2000s. Yeah, we just got a simple thing called the Africans. We got a gang called the Africans in Detroit. We got this street over here. It's Dexter. We're going to sit up there and you know what? Call this the Kenyans, right? Lasher and them, we're gonna sit up there and say that's the Zimbabweans, and you know, and all, like, what is happening, brother? Oh my god. Can y'all just not just do anything that's African? It's like even how they're dressed. Even how they're dressed. Like, how do y'all got jerseys? That's what I want to know. Where y'all get jerseys from? Because that's not football jersey. Like, where did y'all get what? Is that an American flag brother? You're in South Africa with a gang called the Americans, and you rep an American. So let me get this straight. So your gang flag is the American flag. So does that mean that if I were to go to South Africa in that part and I would have an American flag on, that I'd probably get shot? Is that what this is coming to at this moment in time? Woo! This is wild. This is wild. This is wild. Like I said, a lot of these two things with the country music and this with the American, I've just found this out today. I kid you not. Yo, Hack, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? What is going on? This is crazy. This is crazy. Like everything that a lot of the stuff that y'all do over there in Africa because y'all want to run y'all mouths, y'all copy directly from Black Americans, dog. Like what? Like where are we even at? Like I'm a little bit confused again on where this hatred even is when it deals with Black Americans. Like it's stupid. It's 100% stupid. Like a lot of the things that they're even proud of at this moment in time, Black American. Like I said, y'all wearing jeans, denim jeans, for God's sakes. Like, are for real? Word? Y'all wearing Air Force Ones, brother. Y'all don't do Air Force Ones. Y'all over there wearing lugs and Timbs. Why? This somebody got to explain to me. Why on the hot African soil would you be wearing Timbs and a puffer jacket, brother? What? Are you trying to cook yourself? Is that what you're trying to do? Matter of fact, we're going to take it a step further. We got a few more pictures up here. We got this woman here. And she said, what is it? Kenyon Lawson rejects proposed African business boycott. How do you boycott your own people, right? This is just a little snippet. Realtor and public relations consultant Kenyon Lawson is pushing back against a controversial call by a fringe group within the United States diaspora to boycott African-owned businesses on August 1st. In a passionate video message shared on social media, Lawson called the boycott proposal ignorant and self-hating, urging Black Americans instead to stand in solidarity with their African brothers and sisters. I just want to go out on a limb. I'm not sure if anybody is a fan of Star Trek. I am a Trekkie, as some people would like to say. Not deep within it, but I grew up with it enough. If anybody know about the Klingons, that group, which they're pretty much black, out of Star Trek, you would know a character by the name of Worf. Every single time that I happen to see somebody saying something as idiotic as this and having a problem with Black Americans, magically they have the same forehead space as Worf. If you don't know who Worf is, hold on. Let me get you real quick. Let me see. From Star Trek. Because we're just gonna because we're gonna sit up there and do this, and I ain't trying to hear nobody sit up there and say like, "Oh, you're just doing this because it's a black." That has nothing to do with it. That has nothing to do with it. I mean, Worf is black, right? We're all supposed to be one, so it is what it is. So this is what Worf from Star Trek looks like, right? Worf from Star Trek. This lady here. Worf from Star Trek. This lady here. This lady here. Worf from Star Trek. Again, I need people to start getting themselves right. When they decide that they want to start talking about Black Americans, I need you to get yourselves right and to stop talking about us. Like y'all got so many other things that y'all need to sit up there and be focused directly on. Again, every single time that y'all talk, we can see what it is that you're thinking because of the amount of space that you've been blessed with. That's a whole landmass directly by itself. And with all of the problems, the lack of edges and hairline, you decide that you want to open up your mouth directly on social media, going back to this here, and speak directly on us. And you want to say that it is ignorant and self-hating. Self-hating on who? Isn't it self-hating for another group of people that look like you to tell you that you have no culture and you don't know where it is that you come from and we have to teach you? Isn't that ignorant by itself? Isn't it self-hating to sit up there and call another group of people of which your people sold off akata? Cotton pickers, slaves, cargo? Isn't that self-hating and ignorant? But yet, for whatever reason, y'all never have this type of animosity or energy. Y'all don't want to write these puff or think pieces when it deals with your own people. I wonder why that is. Why is it that everybody has so much smoke for Black Americans, but nobody has any smoke for the disrespect that all these others are giving to Black Americans? Insane. That's diabolical. I wonder. Huh. Somebody said, be a part of the solution, brother. Stop this. What do you want me to stop? You want me to stop defending Black Americans? I want you to understand this because obviously you're not Black American. Black Americans have been attacked on all fronts and I've covered these stories. So I can't nobody sit up there and tell me no different because as a content creator, I know the minis of thousands of videos that I've done over these 6 years. So I've covered the Asians. I've covered the Native Americans. I've covered the Mexicans. I've covered the Latins. I've covered the Africans. I've covered those from the Caribbeans. I've covered UK Blacks, the Euros directly in Europe. I've covered Australians. I've covered other Asians within Asia. Like I said, I done cover Indians too from India. I done covered pretty much everybody disrespecting Black Americans. And for whatever reason, y'all want to pull up to the scene and tell me to stop something, but you never tell any of these other folks to stop talking about Black Americans. Huh? Color me surprised. And y'all the main ones sitting up there saying that Black Americans are cowards. I'm a Black American and any and everybody can sit up and get it. Shout out to Adrian Broner. You can be Mexican, African, Jamaican. It don't matter. Any and everybody can get it. And that's exactly what's been taking place. I don't need to stop nothing. Tell everybody else to stop. And then I'll shut up. How about that one? How about that one? How about for any Africans that got a problem with Black Americans' mouths? How about y'all sit up there and have a voice and you stand 10 toes down and straighten your backs when you sit up there and talk to those Europeans, when you talk to the Chinaman? How about that? When you sit up there and talk to the Arabs? How about that? How about you talk to those main three groups that been sitting up there slaving y'all out, stealing y'all land, doing all of this other type of stuff, minerals and resources? How about that one? How about y'all get y'all countries together? Y'all want to sit up there and talk about we're all one. You're not even all one on your continent with your 54 countries. Y'all can't even come together. Matter of fact, Ghana is currently at this moment in time resisting Nigeria and throwing y'all and packing y'all right on up out. And ain't y'all part of the same landmass? Ghana, Nigeria, Ghana. But for whatever reason, y'all can't get along. But yet, Black Americans are supposed to get along with the Africans who are disrespecting Black Americans. How that work? Africans are throwing out other Africans on the same landmass. And you expect for us to get along with you? Word. real. Do y'all really think about stuff before y'all happen to type it? Like, I really feel like y'all feel as though that God is like giving y'all a message. That ain't God talking to you. That ain't God talking to you. Somebody is sending you the wrong message. They might have typed in some errors. You talking to the wrong group of people. Again, focus in on the right people. Matter of fact, for all of the Africans directly out there that might have a problem directly with me, because I see y'all pull up on my platform, weren't y'all the same ones crying about the Queen when she died? I didn't have some Caribbeans pull up to the scene and have some problems with me too. Shout out to the Caribbeans. Weren't y'all also crying when the Queen died? And y'all were looking at Black Americans like, why we ain't crying, why we're not sharing in this type of emotional Travis. We don't care. We don't care. That's not us. Like I said, we don't got videos of us with Prince Charles coming directly up here, and you're not going to see a Black American woman crawling on her knees, grabbing onto this man's waist like he's a third coming of Christ. Black, nah, buddy. And y'all still be throwing parades for these people after they enslaved y'all out, still slaving you to this day. They're treating you as workers on vacations when they can't get anything emotionally from any of their companions directly over there in Europe and the UK. They sit up there and fly their European selves directly to Africa, and they start dealing with y'all. Huh? And y'all deal with them so y'all can get a green card, but y'all talking about y'all do everything in the honest way. Y'all highly educated, but you're sitting up there trying to marry American white women and men to get a green card to get over here? Huh? What are we talking about? There's a clear-cut difference between Black Americans and how Africans are here moving. We are not the same. That's some crazy. That's diabolical. That is diabolical. Woo! Let me tell you something. Oh man, somebody said that America has an inferiority complex and it hurts us all. Who is us all? Let me know that. Who is us? Like when y'all happen to speak, who specifically are y'all speaking for? That's what I know. Who is the all part? Because you're not talking about the world, because the world been hurting themselves. You're not going to sit up there and put America directly on that. Like a lot of y'all been sitting up there doing a whole bunch of nonsense and all this other type of. Again, I need people to sit up there and start taking responsibilities for what actually takes place in their countries, because I done covered a lot of stories from a lot of countries where the internal workings, especially Africa. Matter of fact, let me put it to you like this. How about the fact that in Africa, the mutilation rituals that take place to the young girls and the women there? How about that one? How about people speak up about that? How about people advocate for that? How about people criminalize that so that those young girls don't have to sit up there, those young girls and those women don't have to sit up there and go through something like that? How about that? How about y'all actually speak up about something that actually matters? But you're not going to do that though, because what? That's a part of your culture, right? How about y'all speak up against the disappearance of the albinos in Africa? Because y'all feel that it's some type of sorcery, the devil's work, whatnot, or whatever. And then on top of that, the things that you happen to do to said individuals and with said individuals, how about y'all speak up against that? How about y'all outlaw that? Stop that from happening. Because the reason this came up to mind is because I recently ran across a video on X where it showed a school where there was several African albinos. I'm like, where does this school located? Is this like somewhere in a multiverse? Because I'm like, I've never seen a lot of African albinos in one place. It's a high rare. It's beyond a rarity of a rarity, but yet they exist. And I'm like, it's only a matter of time before they don't, because the other Africans will see them and they won't be there anymore. Like I said, a lot of people are highly comfortable talking nonsense about Black Americans and everything. It's crazy. You said, I'm talking about the ghetto Black American culture that is all over YouTube, making y'all I don't even know. Is that even partially English right there? I'm not even. I'm not even too. I'm not even too sure. Let me see because the comments are moving. Hold on, let me see. But see, this is the problem. And your name has source directly in it. You know, the craziest part is. Let me get close to the screen here. You know what? I just realized I was talking to a Caucasian. Why are you even here? What are you doing here? Are you lost? This is not a bass fishing channel. This is not Deer Hunter for 360. I'm not even. This is not even Bear Park. I'm not even sure how you even got here. I'm not even sure how you found your way here. I'm not even sure why you're even still here at this moment in time. Because this whole conversation realistically has zero to do with you. It has. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me. I got you. I got you. Hold on. Hold my beer, as you Caucanites like to say. I got you. No problem. Let me, because you want attention. Let me swap it to one of your women. Let me just do this. Let me just make it easier, right? So now the conversation and the topic is directly about you. That's how accommodating Black Americans are directly on the fly. So for the, let me look up closer, for the Caucasian male with the receding hairline, I want you to know at this moment in time that Black Americans really don't care about this American Eagle, Sydney Sweeney commercial, because for whatever reason one of your women decided to get online and stated this. She said, sorry, fragile blacks and liberals. She didn't really mean blacks. You got to just replace that with a classic word from, you know, the 50s, 40s, 30s, and 20s. You'll figure out what it is that she said. She said, sorry, fragile blacks. And another word up there, liberals, but white people still exist. Featuring a pretty white girl in an advertisement is not fascism or racism. Do better, you thin-skinned, authoritative clown expletives. As Black Americans, we don't care. We get it. You have to show. This is the reality of it. This is the actual reality. I just got to put directly out there for anybody white that's directly in the comment section. And I've learned this over the years dealing with how fragile your psyche is. You guys have to repeatedly put yourselves out there in the public in order to give the type of look to mean as if you guys still have the numbers to back up everything that you're doing. You don't have the numbers. This is why you have the Latins directly into this country in order to buffer your numbers. You really think that people are that stupid? You really think that Black people can't see what it is that y'all are doing and how it is that you're trying to make them second-class citizens and honorary white? How a lot of Latins, Mexicans, whatnot, or whatever also identify as white. Further proof of that is videos that I've done before dealing with segregation, and the elders in those communities have stated that they didn't know what a colored water fountain was. They didn't know that there was a white or a black side of town. They didn't know that there was a black and a white bathroom. They didn't know that blacks had to sit up there and go to the back of the restaurant in order to sit up there and get served. One of the elders also specifically stated in Texas during segregation that they were sitting with the whites at the front of the bus and not with the blacks at the back. So like I said before, historically speaking, you guys are doing a great harmful number on your own population because you got low fertility rates. For whatever reasons, I guess it must be a lot of the hate and the racism that you guys have doled out directly over the history of the course of your existence. Shout out to Hulk Hogan, racist to a point, right? You see how far that got him, right? You see what happened there, right? This is what happens. Don't be racist. Don't have that type of hate directly in your heart. Matter of fact, since we're talking about the Caucasians directly out here, did anybody actually know that Hulk Hogan's daughter, Brooke, that she wants to be written directly out of his will, and she wants no part of the $25 million that is up there in the will? That's how much hate she has directly for her father because of what it is that he did to her. Pay attention. Pay attention. Because like I said, for a lot of you white folks out there, y'all don't pay attention. Hold on. Let me pull up. Let me pull up. Hold on. Somebody said y'all mad because Sydney is fine, or what am I missing? Oh, are you stupid? This ain't Twitter. You don't get paid for the comments here, buddy. Blue checks do not exist here. Only I do. So and my moderators. So I want you to understand. Again, as a Black American male, she's ordinary. I didn't see white girls before. She is ordinary. What I've noticed also, and like I said, Caucasian people, Caucanites, y'all do a very great job. You guys will hype up the most basic of the basic. Because like I said, we have online for a reason, right? You can look on Twitter. You got other white girls out here that look way better. But those are not the ones that you want to prop up. And again, she's getting propped up because any normal white guy would potentially, if she wasn't famous, any normal white guy would basically have a chance directly with her. So again, I see these psychological, type of mind games that are being played directly up here, because if you put somebody up there that seems as though that you have to really work hard in order to ascertain that individual, it's like, that's going to be a bummer for a lot of white guys out here. But if you put somebody out who is pretty much mid, it's like, man, I really got a chance for her. I'm hardworking, blue collar, 9 to 5. I can sit up there and get a woman that looks like Sydney. Whoo, you don't even see the games that's even getting played, right? This is why y'all got the confidence that y'all got right now, where you feel like you can pull any woman out here without, any type of effort, because they give y'all this type of advertisement where they make somebody that's mid into a 10. That's some crazy work. This is diabolical at this moment in time. But the other thing, like I said before, I listened directly to the video. Awesome Jeans, aka Jeans, meaning DNA, blue. She's blonde hair, fair skin. I think she might even have blue. Like I said, everything is there. I get it. It's apparent. I guess somebody who was in the department dealing with advertisement, they thought that this was really going to make a hit. It's not. A lot of Black Americans do not care. The only reason that this is, in a sense, even tracking anywhere is because all of the bots directly on X, and you might have some Black conservatives out there that want to try to make a clickbait approach to get eyes directly on it, to make it seem as though that Black Americans actually care about it, because by proximity they are Black themselves, but they're on a whole nother side, like I said, it's you guys are so tiring. You guys gotta, out of all of the years that you guys have committed to psychological warfare, I can safely sit up there and say that it's gotten to a point in time that a lot of Black people, it's looking kind of sad here. You can't even sit up there and get mad directly about it anymore. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Let me see. Somebody said had 300-pound women being the beauty standard for the last 15 years. Who specifically are you talking? Oh, I got it. So you must be talking about Lizzo. Have you looked at Lizzo recently? Have you looked at, like I said, Lizzo was actually doing some work. Again, the only thing that I really critiqued Lizzo on is the fact of some of the dressing choices that she decided to do, where she had pants that didn't have like the butt size to the pants, that didn't have like the butt pockets and everything, so you saw nothing but butt cheeks coming, sitting directly out there. I thought that was, way too much. I'm like, you're doing too much for attention. You don't need to sit up there and do that, because musically you know how to, is she classically trained? But anyways, she can do a lot. Lizzo is highly talented. She don't need to do all the stuff that other women need to do directly on social media in order to just so happen to gain attention. The other thing I would also like to sit up there and state, again, as a person that also has the hairline of Prince Vegeta, because I'm the Prince of all Negroes, a lot of those directly out there, especially the guys, when you want to sit up there and just so happen to, talk about weight, 9 times out of 10, you're not even actually in shape yourself. Number one. Number two, you more than likely have never gotten your prostate checked, right? And it looks like you're highly melanated. And anybody who is melanated, I'm just going to say for Black American males, are 3 times, and I did a video directly on this. Black American males are 3 times more likely to die of prostate cancer than their white counterparts. Number two, as a guy that has a receding hairline, I see your hairline has been receding since before I was born. And yeah, there's probably a lot more other things directly up there. So I'm just going to sit up there and calmly state you should stay away from trying to judge a woman directly on her weight, since physically it seems that you may be going through a lot of things externally and internally. Just saying. Like I said, on this platform, any and everybody can sit up there and get it. Just saying. That's all I'm saying, because you wanted to pull up to the scene and you wanted to be like, oh, well, as this melanated guy, I think that Sydney Sweeney is attractive. But in order for me to show that, let me sit up there and basically talk about Black women. Oh, 300 pounds. Look at how this has been highlighted for the last 15 years. Da, 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 da. That's crazy. That's diabolical work. That's very interesting. Just say that you like white women. That's all you have to sit up there and do. Like I said, and I've gotten on a lot of y'all before. Like I said, it's crazy how the topics have to sit up there and change. All because of the comments that I just so see that just so happen to appear. I get on a lot of y'all a lot, especially when it deals. I don't care if you're African, I don't care if you're Black American. I get on a lot of you clowns a lot when it is that you want to prioritize the color directly of a woman, because you have a certain type of hatred or self-hatred that is directly going on, and you want to use the small things directly out there. The attitude, the this and that with Black women. I never see this when it deals with white women. That's right, you don't see it with white women, because they'll sit up there and take you out while you're asleep. They'll sit up there and take you out by giving you a nice soup. Like what are we sitting up here talking about here? The amount of videos that I've literally done on y'all not even existing at this moment in time because you got a preference. Brother, you should have stayed out of this fight. You should not have been here. There was an African male gentleman that decided that he wanted to be with some girl. I think she was an OF model, and she took his life, stabbed him up, made him into a pincushion. And I think the father was a cop or whatever. Pretty, long story short, ain't nothing gonna happen to her. Pretty much, realistically. There's been other, Caucasian women directly out there that are directly of your preference, who have decided to take you out, but yet you still decide to go right back over here as if you are smarter than the average Negro. Woo! Woo! Dear Lord, Jesus Christ. Like I said, it comes to a point in time as a Black man, as a Black American male, I know that I cannot save a lot of my brothers directly out here. And as Dr. Umar said, some of y'all just going to have to be gone for good. For good! That's what it's going to, realistically have to be. Because that's the only way that y'all going to sit up there and learn. Maybe in the next life, when you're reborn as a tree or something, you'll think back to how you got here. You'll probably think back to how you got here, and after you're done being that tree, you'll have a human life form again, and you'll be like, you know what, I'm not going to do that again. But like I said before, it takes for a lot of sacrifices to take place in order for people to understand and actually get the point. Again, for any of the Black dudes directly out there where you got women like this as your preference, you are literally on borrowed time. I didn't talk about this before. I've mentioned it a multitude of times, on top of the fact of the many comments that quite a few times that y'all left directly on my videos, which makes no sense, because I know at the end of the day, your mother's Black. And I know a lot of the stuff that you say here, you would never sit up there and say to your mother. You wouldn't be saying it to your grandmother. You wouldn't dare sit up there and say it. But you decide to sit up there and write it here. It's crazy work. Like I said, for a lot of the Black guys that got problems, go deal with those Black women that broke your heart. Go deal with that Black woman. Maybe it might be your mom that hurt you. Maybe it might be an aunt. Maybe it might be a grandmother. Go sit down. Go see therapy. Go have those conversations directly with those folks, with those people. Like, this is, like I said, I'm tired of all of y'all. I'm tired of all of y'all. And again, that's both sides of the board, because I don't want I didn't even roll through the comments yet. All I'm saying is I don't want the whole other side of the demographic. I don't want black women to pull up to the scene and be like, yeah. Hey, let's calm down the haze. Let's not do it. Let's not do it. Because like I said, any and everybody can get it. I done got on both of y'all before. Matter of fact, I'm glad that we're here, because this allows me to segue, because we're just going to be going all over the board today during this live stream. We're going to be going all over the board. I had somebody else from the channel that decided that they wanted to make a few comments. I'm not even sure if I even have the comments even potentially listed, if I can just so happen to find them. Yeah, obviously. Wait, do I? Nope. Obviously, I don't. So I'm gonna have to make them. So the reason that this is also getting brought up as well is due to the fact that I do actually have it. Obviously, I was smart while doing this. I have a video that I brought up. Some of you guys may know it, and I've mentioned this directly on this platform before. That if you happen to critique black people, that you will get a type of backlash, different things of that nature. So for those who didn't see this video, long story short, a older black guy who was seeing somebody who was younger, again, I don't know her age or whatnot or whatever. She was, I guess, a fan or whatnot or whatever. She hit him up, and he drove, picked her up, brought her back to his house, and somehow, some way, her purse fell over, and he was able to see the medications that she was taking that was in her purse, and it was HIV medication. So long story short, the man basically dodged the bullet. And I put that video out there for a multitude of reasons, because I respected the fact that the man was honest enough to admit that, I almost bit the big one. I was about to get something that was the forever gift, and I was never going to be able to get rid of it. And he was putting that directly out there. And he stated that, people were going to say stuff in the comment sections and all this other type of stuff, but he wanted to do it to bring awareness to a lot of other people. Like I said, I respect him for that. He was on a fool's errand, but he made a very smart decision to make other people aware of the fact that you have a lot of people out here walking around with HIV, not caring, and they don't want to disclose their status to somebody that they potentially may or will have relations directly with. Because he stated that when he had a conversation with the woman, that he was like, yo, how come you didn't disclose it? How come you didn't tell me? She was like, well, I don't have to. She was like, well, you didn't sit up there and ask, and all this other type of. And again, like I said, nobody should have to really ask you. If you're into a person, if you're talking to a person, you should want to disclose for safety reasons. You should want to disclose this information and not sit up there and just keep it. Especially if you're deciding that you're actually going to meet up with a person in their house, you need to disclose. I don't care who you are, male or female. You need to sit up there and disclose, right? So when I did this video, as which normally happens with a lot of these videos, it barely gets any traction, very little comments and things of that nature. We got Sherry Rice. She stated, now you do know it was a man out here doing the exact same thing to this young woman, or I guess that was supposed to be to these young women, tried to do or whatever have done to this older black man that should have known better. So don't just put this on women. I see you're going back to talking about black women. Stay on the illegals and the immigrants. Yes, she was very wrong. He should expose her. Him telling this story, I am giving him a side, I guess that's supposed to be side eye, because I believe he still did something with this young lady. So as I commonly talk about on this platform, and I without people telling me, I already know. Right. And I make the conscious decision to still do this content, knowing the fact that people are going to have a disagreement, people are going to unsubscribe, and people are going to say this and that and all this other type of stuff. Again, no matter what demographic I get directly on, black men, black women, black kids, elders, whoever it is, for some odd reason, all of y'all seem to have a problem and you guys feel that it is so safe, like, yo, Seji, just stay directly on the illegals, stay on the immigrants, stay directly on these topics. Don't talk about us. Don't look over here. Just stay directly over here, and we'll love you, and we'll sit up there and support you. Then I don't need your love and support. I'm just gonna be honest, because it's tiring to know that I got Black people out here who are older than me that are like, yo, we don't want you talking about us. Stay on that side. That's crazy to me. That is 100% crazy to me that you got people out here like this. And like I said, this is why I like to capture comments, because for whatever reason, people think that I'm not going to do this. People think I'm not going to talk about this or have a response for it. And I do. I sit idly by and I watch people as they make their comments directly underneath the videos and everything of that set. And I'm like, wow, I'm like, this is where we're sitting up there going. Another person, pretty girl makes fame. I guess she said, Black males are the #1 spreaders of STDs to women, children, and other males. So why not highlight those statistics instead of trying to push a false narrative that women don't prioritize their health and the health of their sexual partners? Very weird, but on brand. Unfollowed immediately. I want you guys to understand that whenever you try to tell me that you've unfollowed me, YouTube lets me know that you followed. A lot of you guys who happen to say this, y'all never followed at all. Like I'm not like, this is how I know that a lot of y'all are clowns. Y'all just sit idly by and y'all wait for something to disagree on, and then y'all gonna type up, and then y'all gonna send it to whatnot or whatever, hoping that it's a bat signal that other women are gonna follow it. Like this is how stupid leads stupid. This is what that looks like. So when I happen to basically bring up that there is no type of accountability directly out here, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Matter of fact, let me see. Is this the correct picture? Okay, so I'm gonna have to capture this because I'm just gonna put down a little bit of proof here, because I gotta, because like I said, and this is why I set up there and said, yeah, I'm just gonna do that one. I gotta blur that out. I gotta blur that out. Okay, let me see. New nothing. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good. Wait, let me make sure I did between. Okay, yeah. So for the women out there that had a problem with my content, oh, again, and then let me just go to the last one. You got the last person directly up there. What did she say? She said, and wait, how did this get to all women's fault? Enjoy your status, sir. Right. So let me show what I'm talking about when there is not a type of accountability that takes place. Because like I said, any and everybody can sit up there and get it. Like I said, if you hate me, I'm directly fine with that. This is DJ Jason Roger Pope. This is a Caucasian male that was who was still in the United States, and he stated that he had thousands of bodies dealing with Black women, and he has HIV. So somebody who is knowingly directly out here sleeping with Black women unprotected. So going back to that previous comment where that person wanted to try to tell me that, oh, how are you sitting up here saying that, trying to make it seem as though that Black women don't care about their status and all this other type of, this is where I get my information directly from, where I can look at a Caucasian male in the United States boasting online on Facebook or wherever, talking about that he has thousands of Black female bodies to his name, and he knows what his status is, and he slept with Black women unprotected from the ranges of being a teenager all the way to grown adult women. This is what I mean to sit up there and tell people on how much people forget. Like I said, it's all fun and games when a black man wants to highlight what it is that he's going through and he wants to talk about it. People want to, let's start clowning the black guys. Yeah, this is what you get. See, this is what happens. Yada. But yet when you got somebody like this, DJ Jason Roger Pope, he was doing it big out here. I don't see none of that same smoke. I don't see none of that same smoke. That's crazy. And I done covered quite a few videos dealing with this dude. And color me surprised when the same people that want to pull up to the scene when black men make a mistake and mess up and he get caught up, they don't have no smoke for this Caucasian male. They're not sitting up here waving a finger. They're not browbeating. They're not saying this and that about Caucasian men in general and all this and them carrying the stats. Let me go back to that previous comment that person wrote. Let me go back. What'd she say? Let me just go back to that. She said black males are the number one spreaders of STDs to women, children, and other males. Okay, cool. So from this situation here, where was the black men or man that was spreading HIV to thousands and thousands and the thousands of the black women and the black teens, girls directly out there? Where was the black man? Are we going to sit up there and say that, the reason that he was able to do this was because that black men weren't protecting him? Is that what we're going to sit? Is that the linkage that we're going to sit up there and do? We're going to sit and say that, it's the black man's fault because the fathers weren't in the picture. The brothers aren't protecting. The uncles and the grandfathers aren't protecting. This happened to black women who consensually slept with this guy that has an HIV status. This happened because black men don't protect black women. Huh? Is that what we're going to do? Is that what we're going to do? If we're going to be talking about accountability, right? So going back to the previous video, this older black gentleman was very stupid in what it is that he was doing. And the other craziest part directly about this video, and this is how I know that a lot of people don't sit through the videos, the moment in time that I decided to go off on this video, I stated that I was going to go off on a tangent and that I was going to talk about everybody, right? And I had a person that wanted to make a comment, and that person, of course, is a woman. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me that you just didn't listen to the whole video, right? And like I said, I love honesty. Shout out to this person. I'm trying to get the comment right now, and so I can highlight this. That's why I'm talking so slow right now. So this person right here, let me just put this directly up here. This person right here stated this. So this is directly from the channel. You can even go to the comment section under the video that I just showed you. This person decided to say, she was like, wait, how did this get to all women's fault? Enjoy your status, sir. I responded, quote, how did this get to all women's fault? Laughing emoji. I can tell that you didn't hear the main point nor listen to the full video. Underneath, she said, at SEIJIHITO the second coming. You're right. I got to the point after the guy finished talking and you went on a rant about women. This is how stupid a lot of people are. This is how you have an absence of accountability directly out here on social media. So it is okay for me to basically get on black men and to do all of the anger and the clownery and all this other type of stuff when it deals with the situation. But the moment in time that I flip it, and like I said, I believe in equal opportunity. The moment in time that I flip it, and this is an old video that I did, but the moment in time that I flip it and I showcase that, instead of laughing and talking about black men, y'all need to sit up there and start knowing your status too. You need to start dealing with some my charts. You need to stop sitting up there hopping from man to man to man to man, and maybe stuff like this wouldn't sit up there and happen. But when I sit up there and say that as a black man, I'm the villain. I'm problematic. I'm getting down on black women. So like I said, to any of the black women that may be here that might have just come directly up to this platform, if you are like any of the women that I'm showcasing, at this moment in time in this comment section where you feel that it is a safe bet for me to just stay on one side of a topic and not look anywhere else, just remove yourself. There's no reason for you to be here. There's no love lost. You don't need to sit up there and tell me that you unsubscribed. I don't need you to sit up there and tell me that it is on brand, aka it's a black man hating black women. I don't need to sit up there and hear none of that. A lot of y'all are older than me. A lot of y'all are sitting up here jaded because of whatever relationships that y'all had. Probably the guys that you got pregnant by, they're not in your lives. They're not in the child's life. They might have moved on, might have been happier or whatnot or whatever. You've probably made a lot of mistakes in the choices of black men that you decided to choose. So you're just sitting idly by on a lot of black male platforms, just waiting for a moment that you can sit up there and strike. Like, this is crazy. Why even be here? Why, even as a grown woman, why would you even sit up there and waste your time? That's stupid. Just as stupid as the wrongful emotional choices that you've made directly in men. See how that works? How wrong choice leads to another wrong choice, and it keeps repeating the exact same perpetual cycle. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. 100%. But like I said, I would really love it if people would just actually pay attention. Like I said, I've had disagreements directly with black men on this platform before, but you know, if they don't like it, they'll leave quietly. A lot of times. Now, if they want to be emotional, they'll let me know that they unsubscribed. Like some of them have wrote directly in a post, and I had to call them directly out too, because that's a very feminine trait. You don't need to tell me as a man that you're leaving this platform. I don't even know who you are, brother. You're older than me. You got sons who are probably my age. Why are you sitting up there telling me anything? It's like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Like I said, a lot of y'all are far too grown and far too older than me to be acting like this on social media, to even be talking like this. Like that is crazy. And it also shows the lack of respect that you also have for yourself. It also shows the lack of emotional intelligence that you have as an individual. I'm talking about both for the black men out here and the black women. I'm an equal opportunist. It is rated E for everybody directly out here. I don't care who you are. And also for elders directly out here too. We go all ages. I want y'all to know. And that's with all due respect. Because I done had some of you elders pull directly up here to the scene, and y'all wanted to try to tell me about myself while we're talking about a very serious topic or a situation, but you wanted to be emotionally invested as if I was coming after you. The only way I'm coming after you is if I notice that as an elder, you failed the younger generation. And elders out here, quite a few have failed the younger generation. Because quite a few elders out here, I can watch y'all on cruise ships sitting up there fighting. I'm looking at people in their 50s and 60s, and I've covered, before this started getting popular in 2025 and maybe 24, I was covering this years back. Elders who are in their 50s, who are in their 60s, knockout dragouts in the streets, knockout dragouts at liquor stores, knockout dragouts at the airports, knockout dragouts on cruise ships. Like I said, anybody can get it directly up out here. I don't care what age you're directly in. I don't care how long you done lived. You could have outlived me threefold. I don't even care. The moment in time that I notice that you're acting out of whack, we're going to be talking about that. Like I said, we don't play no games directly out here. Like I said, no love lost. If you don't love me no more, that's cool. I will take all the hate that you got. that will be the new love for me. Matter of fact, I'm going to make that into a t-shirt. Like I said, give me all of your energy. I'm Goku in this bitch. Give me all of your hate, because that's all you got. Because you don't know how you're conditioned to the point that you don't know nothing else. You hate yourself and you hate everybody else around you. Again, this is another extent of why it is that we have a lot of different things wrong directly in the black community, because the elders are jacked, which means that the children of the elders are jacked, which means that the grandchildren are also jacked. Like I said, it's a full circle. And within that circle, nobody wants to take responsibility. Everybody wants to throw that responsibility off on another person. It's crazy how that works. It's diabolical. Somebody said that you can almost get HIV. Yes, you can. What I mean by that is he almost got it, because if he would have slept with her, chances are very great that he would have gotten it. Like I said, The lady had medication. That is great. But ain't nothing 100%. Condoms are not 100%. Medication is not 100%. If we don't have medications out here that are eradicating the common cold, whatever medications that woman was taking was just making sure the numbers when it deals with the HIV are low, so that potentially it won't transmit. But like I said, it's not 100%. Nothing on this planet is 100%. So that's what I'm sitting up there stating when you said that you can't almost get. Yeah, he did. If he didn't pull back, if he didn't happen to have saw the medications, we will be looking at a different story right now. But the whole main point of the story, because you're caught up on that, the whole main point of the story is the fact that the woman that has HIV did not want to divulge the information that she had it. She didn't even want to know that she didn't want to inform her potential partner that, hey, this is my status. And before we go any further, I want to let you know the status so that you can make your own decision. That's what a logical thinking adult would actually do. So, like I said, it's crazy work. It's diabolical. What we got? Let me see. She should have told her status. Yeah. Brother, what? Somebody said I'm a Caucasian here for love. What are you even talking about? This is not Grinder. This is not Christian Mingle. This is not Two Fish in a Pod. I don't know what other apps I got. This is not that. The moment in time that we start seeing comments like that, y'all automatically getting banned. I'll do it myself. I'm just going to pack you on up. Like I said, time and patience are not going to be on your side. And my patience is going to be lower than my moderators at this moment. We are at ground zero. Shout out to 9/11. That's where we're at this current moment in time. That is where we are at this moment in time. Wait, what did somebody say? Somebody said, what is this conversation about? The title of the live stream is basically dealing with like the Africans and more videos. This is basically the and more section of the live stream where, you know, it'll just go in and everywhere. It's like a tree with many branches. That's what tends to happen directly on this platform. You know, somebody said, I'm sorry, but I can't believe that all of those black women he slept with and none of them was Black American. Come on, he only had name for accent. What? I don't even know. I'm loaded from. Yo, Third Eye, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said if a potential sexual partner gets offended with wearing protection, run. That is facts. Something I've always advocated for directly on this platform is people knowing their status, and number two, always having protection. And you know, number three, you know, people have the right to sit up there and be celibate. People have the right to sit up there and abstain directly from relations with another person. Because as I stated before, I actually did some stats. I did a video before dealing with the elderly and how it is that old people in old folks' homes, y'all are running rampant. Y'all got all types of STDs, syphilis, gonorrhea, clap, all of that stuff is sitting up there running around while y'all in y'all golf carts with these different colored sponges and whatnot and loofahs, trying to let people know what it is that y'all into, what y'all like to sit up there and do. That's some crazy work. Y'all need to sit up there and sit down somewhere. It makes no sense that you're that close to the Grim Reaper and you still want to be reckless because you think that, you know, it's right around the corner. That's crazy. Like, yo, that is diabolical. Like I said, if people look up the stats on the STD rates amongst older folks, I'm talking about people in 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. If you look up the STD rates of those folks and the folks in the homes and in these communities, it is crazy. It is crazy. You would have thought, you would have expected something like this from people in like their early like teens and 20s. Nope. You would expect this from people who didn't know no better. These are people that are supposedly wiser than all of us. But like most people say, even if you have age, that doesn't bring wisdom. So it'd be like that. People still want to be out here, you know, being a loose goose. It's diabolical. It's crazy. Somebody said obsessed with white people. Who are you talking about? Because you will be getting packed up real quick. You will be getting packed up real quick. Gilstrap said, "Get tested." That is bars. That is straight bars. Let me see. Third Eye said, "Old folks clapping wrinkly chick." Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Jones says, "So men don't believe women when they say they're not giving it up." Oh, speaking of which, because we're I was just talking about black men recently. Like I said, we gotta keep this directly going. What picture was this again? Okay, that was the one from earlier. Okay, I can get rid of that. I got another picture directly up there. This one is dealing with another celebrity right here, because I got to showcase a lot of these things, because like I said before, it's a lot of instances where a lot of black dudes out here don't want to listen to me. For a lot of black dudes out there, let this be a clear-cut warning directly out there to you, that if you happen to play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes. At this moment in time, from at least what I can assess from online, Shannon Sharp is no longer with ESPN. And it is all due to this. It's not due to the fact that Shannon Sharp was caught on video doing whatnot or whatever on IG. No, they ain't care about that one. But this one right here, from again, this would be considered a mid Sydney Sweeney, the same exact thing, right? Nothing there. It's basic. And you have to sit up there and pay out millions of dollars to the point where it has retired this OnlyFans model. Shannon Sharp, what are you doing? To the many other black men directly out there, what are y'all doing? Why not just give your money to a casino? Why not just sit up there and just you could be buying up the block. Jesus Christ. And again, I know that a lot of brothers directly out there, because I've seen y'all directly on X, y'all got a field of pages, dedicated directly to white girls and stuff. Y'all don't learn nothing. Y'all don't understand. And you think that you are smarter than the average Negro. A lot of y'all just going to learn the hard way. I don't know if it's going to be jail, prison. I don't know if it's going to be 6 feet deep. I don't know if you're just going to be getting thrown directly in debt. A lot of y'all are going to have to sit up there and lose everything and learn the hard way. And even when you lose everything, you're still going to have that glimmer of hope that I guess you could say your princess in a white shining dress and flowing blonde hair is going to come up and save you or do something for you. Like I said, I don't know what to tell people. I don't know what to sit up there. I don't know what to tell people. Like, at this moment in time, y'all just like throwing away money to white girls. That's it. That's the best way I can sit up there and put it. That's the best way I can sit up and put it. And again, I've literally posted videos from young black teenage boys who are serving time just off of kissing a white girl of recent times, to the what was it? It was the African boy that was over there in the Middle East, in the United Emirates, and a Caucasian woman from the UK had her daughter directly over there. Right, both of the teens were 17 at the time, but his birthday was during that month, and he just recently literally turned 18 that month. The mother got mad because the daughter had relations with him. She waited up until she got back to the United Kingdom in order to sit up there and tell the police or whoever there in the United Emirates that, hey, he sat up there whatnot or whatever to my daughter. I want to press charges. Woo! Diabolical work. That, like I said, they will get you cross map. That woman is a sniper. that's a cold sniper right there. She was like, I'm going to wait until I get home, and then we're going to sit up there and call the police. Boy, oh boy. Like I said, y'all going to learn. Y'all are going to learn. It don't matter what continent you are on. It don't matter where you're located around the world. If they want to get you, they are going to get you. Crazy work. Crazy work. Like I said, any and everybody can get it directly out here. We are what's one of those what's the names that they got a part of the LGBT? What they got up there? What they sit up there and be calling them? I forgot whatever it is, Omni or whatever it is. Anybody out here can get it. It don't matter if you're male or female. It don't matter what nationality you are. The moment in time that we have video evidence of stories, you are put directly on the news on the SEIJI network. That's exactly what we sit up here doing out here. And then on top of that, we got we got somebody else that dodged the bullet. We got this brother here. They said she claims that she was left in the middle of nowhere after denying his advances. Sound like the trip turned into a trap, right? They said that at DeAndrea, whatever the name is. The brother's name is. The guy's security left me outside in the middle of nowhere in Turks and Caicos because I won't have sex with him. Let me just sit up there and be very clear. Again, she looks melanated to me, but again, looks can be deceiving because there is a such thing as black fishing. I've covered this before, and we've gone down the rabbit hole. But regardless of that, I'm just trying to figure out this, right? I'm looking at the way that she looks. I can already know how she poses and how she places herself directly online because I've gone through a lot of these profiles and I've seen a lot of this stuff. So you hypersexualize yourself on social media platforms. You got this player who is probably a basketball player or sports or whatnot, whatever, and he invites you out. And so what, you think you're going to be playing like chess, tiddlywinks? You think that you guys are going to be like, going over some magical archaeologist, findings. You're going to be, looking at the stars, practicing astronomy. You think you're going to be doing some deep sea diving. Like, what do you really think was supposed to happen directly on that trip? And again, I know that some people are going to be like, yo, Sergio, this is sounding pretty sexist. That's sounding real crazy. You're making it seem like she owed him. I'm not saying that she owed him anything. What I'm saying is, from the standpoint of understanding that this is a man with money, and men with money are able to buy women. They're able to afford women. So there go, a la carte, this woman here was bought. She decided that she did not want to have relations. So he sat up there and left her there. So I'm just a little bit confused. If you know how you present yourself, you know what it is that you're about, why would you get mad that he left you when you denied more than likely what the whole trip was even about? Why do you think that he bought you there? He could have bought anybody else there. He bought you there because he wanted to sleep with you in a nice place and more than likely take you on a trip or whatnot that he probably feels that you never went to. Wanted to wine and dine you and do all of this other type of stuff, which usually guys with money tend to do. Like I said, this is crazy to me. It's like I sat up there and told to people, it's like, as a woman, why would you be going to a man's house at 2 or 3 a.m.? Are you going to be playing chess? Are you going to be watching PBS? You going to be watching the History Channel? Like, are you like history buffs? You're going to be playing some Dungeons and Dragons? Like, you got like what, a level 31 mage and he has a 21 knight and you guys are just going to be going through like this theme for, like, come on, let's be serious. Let's be serious. Let's not be emotional. And let's just be honest. If you're a woman going to a man's house at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., you're only there for one reason. If you're a woman that is going out with an athlete who has multi-million-dollar contracts, multi-millions of dollars to sit up there and burn and spend, and you look the way that you do, you're only on that trip for one reason. He's not there to marry you. He's not there to make you into a girlfriend because you've probably been everybody's girlfriend. He's just there for the same reason that many other men through the grapevine were there for. And then you thought, you really thought as a woman of your status that you were going to come online and that people were going to automatically side directly with you in the foolishness? Brother, that's we're not doing that. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Like I said, and then somebody else basically gave a what's the name directly to this? Let me see if I can get that photo directly up here. Where did it go? Get this directly up here for you guys. Oh no, that's the other paperwork. Hold on, I'm not trying to put that up there. Yeah. So I want for a lot of guys to basically pay very close attention to what is stated here. This person said that that's what his attorney advised him to do. Once a woman refuses sex anytime thereafter the sex occurred could be considered harassment or coercion or even rape. By removing her and not having any further contact, there's a dividing line showing that sex was refused and sex never occurred, thus thwarting in future sexual cases both civilly and criminally. He just saved himself by having this woman removed. Every single guy who has money needs to pay very close attention to what was stated there. And they need to abide by just that, because I done seen over these last 10, 15 or whatever years, women just coming out of the woodworks wanting to basically say like, oh, he did this to me. And they just, get a nice grip of money for no reason. And I'm like, there's no type of proof. There's nothing to even insinuate that this even happened. It even went to the point where in some instances where this was taking place, and I think this happened to a college player, where a woman tried to say that a college player did this to her. Luckily, he had a recording. He had a recording running showing that everything was consensual, because he was going to be facing life in prison and he was not going to sit up there and get out. And then what happened was, now they're trying to sue him for the videotape. What? She lied. She almost ended his whole life. His career is done. Like once these accusations basically happen to you being a man, it's over. It is done for you. Even if you are proven innocent, it is over. It is done. People, whenever they see your name, they're automatically going to think back to that first post. They're not going to look back at, the information, the proper information, the truth. People are great at loving lies. People are so great. They will hold those dear. Like I said, look at the files that were supposed to magically appear during this administration, but magically they said that those files disappeared and they didn't exist. And people are going with that? Brother, what happens to those flight logs? What happens to all this information that everybody knew about, but magically it just did not, it doesn't exist? Somebody literally said all the information is sitting directly on their desk and the information is going to get released. And then they're like, no, it never existed. Like I said, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. It's crazy work out here, man. It is crazy work. Like I said, it ain't everybody can sit up there and get it. It don't matter your race, your religion, creed, whatever it is. It don't even matter what flag you like to sit up there and fly. I got some out here for every community. And I do mean every community. You can be a part of the Rainbow Coalition, Skittles, all you want to. I got stories directly for you too, especially dealing with the internal workings of the amounts of fights, the amounts of battles, the amount of violence that takes place when it's between same-sex partners, both same-sex female partners and same-sex male partners. And then we also got other stories touching on far off stuff that is horrible and horrendous. And I've also got stories with them being racist as well too. Crazy work. Like I said, any and everybody can get it. And I've covered those stories directly out here. So if you ever feel alone, just always know that you're not, because I'm here. Anyways, let's just so happen to continue back on to the main topic. That was an awesome segue though.
Disrespect of Black
I've
Americans.
already apologized to the Black Americans for all the disrespect that the island people, the Africans, the Spanish people, all of us that are in America, all the people that we know we're not white, but some of you still think you're white. But I have apologized to Black Americans because we have disrespected them. We have disrespected them. All our immigrants, we have disrespected them. They are right. They have been fighting and fighting and fighting. That is why we were even allowed to come to America. And yet still we disrespect them continuously. West Indian people, island people, Africans, Spanish people, wherever you are, from South America, from DR, from Puerto Rico, wherever you are, we have disrespected Black Americans. And we don't understand that they are right. They have been fighting. And it's because of them why we were even allowed to come to America. We have to cut out this shit. I don't want to see none of this shit anymore on social media. We are fucking one. We are all fighting for the same cause. We are all fighting for the same cause. We're all black. Do you think that the system see us as any different? We are the fucking same. And they have been fighting for us, for black people. So cut that fuckery.
How is it that the country...
Right. Somebody said, or let me just address Ann real quick. I'm not, chances are you're Caucasian. And the terminology grape has to be used because this is social media. I'm not on Kick. So I can't just say everything how it's supposed to be stated. I'm not sure why people get so sensitive when words have to, you have to substitute or use words differently. I'm a little bit confused. Maybe you might be brand new to social media. Maybe you might not have been here that long. Maybe you might have just gotten a cell phone. But that's normally how it goes when it deals with content creators, and we want to say certain things without having to always edit the way that we have to, speak, just basically blur it out and things of that nature. I'm not sure why people get so sensitive about that. And I've seen that over the years. Like if I've done titles or if I've paraphrased or used different words, people get really hung up on that versus actually focusing in on the main detail, which is that you got women out here lying. You're more focused on how the word is stated versus the detail that women are out here lying. Gotcha. But anyways, for Panther, you said he sounds Jamaican. Yeah, he's Caribbean, Jamaican, somewhere out there yonder in the waters. But basically what he was stating was that for the Caribbeans and many others, they need to stop the hatred and all of this back and forth when it deals with Black Americans. And he was calling out the fact that a lot of them are disrespectful. He's talking about, his people and Africans. A lot of them are disrespectful. And he was saying that he's, apologized for that, at least from, his side and, different things of that nature. Like I said, when you can have people that can be honest and call out their own people and point to the fact that, yeah, they are wrong in what it is that they're doing and stuff like this. I have respect for people like that. When it deals with like other types of things, I don't know what to sit up there and tell people. And like I said, he has his full everything directly out there. Like I said, I respect that. And I'm pretty sure that he's going to get some type of, negative comments and some animosity directed towards his way because a lot of people don't see it or want to understand how disrespectful that they're being when they talk to Black Americans. But, it'd be like that. But anyways, let's continue. Hey, we got Miss Anderson in here. What is going on? Ain't seen you here in ages. But let's continue.
that sold us, right? This is literally documented. How is it that the countries, okay, that sold us are now demanding that the United States, okay, who enslaved us, pay them reparations for us? Okay, I know you guys have seen this making the rounds, and I've been really like hesitant to talk about it or whatever, but to be honest with you, it's time to be real, okay, or whatever. Black Americans, okay, diasporic Black Americans, okay, who are descendants of chattel slavery are not property of the continent of Africa or any of the countries or tribal governments that it represents. So for them to participate in our sale, kidnapping, okay, and then to be replanted in another country, never assist us in establishing our own economics or our own type of individuality or solidarity once we were freed or whatever, to now demand reparations for us that will contribute to Africa. Let's be clear. Go and look up the mission statement for the African Union or whatever. They have included Black Americans, okay, descendants of chattel slavery, as their 6th district. You know what's funny? African Americans didn't know anything about this. We didn't know anything about this forced repatriation. As a matter of fact, African representatives have been meeting with the Democratic Party to discuss this and lay the groundwork for not only for them to take our reparations, but for those reparations to contribute to Africa, not to the Black American families who actually paid the price in body and spirit. I don't know what y'all thought. Okay, you know what it is? I do know what y'all thought. One, destiny swapping is real. And two, or whatever, the reason y'all put a fucking Nigerian American, okay, in charge of our branch chapter is because y'all wanted to keep that shit secret. I need y'all to know. Black Americans over here not gonna tolerate that shit. Shit ain't sweet. Shit ain't sweet. If anybody is discussing reparations for us, it should be us. Second of all, reparations for the injured party should go to the injured party, not to the continent that assisted in our injury.
She's 100% correct. And I see some vampires that obviously have some problems with the Black American woman speaking, dealing with reparations as normal. Again, for a lot of folks directly out there, it's a little bit wild to me that you guys always want to speak on these topics, but like, oh, you guys are never slaves and da da da. The funniest thing is we still have elders that are about 90 to 100 years old, older than a lot of people that are in the United States. And they were able to see a great deal of many things, including some of their towns and cities being burnt to ash. And they're still alive right now trying to get reparations from that. But yet you dumbasses want to pull up and y'all want to be like, oh, but nobody was alive during those times to even see or know if any of that stuff existed. That's how stupid y'all like to sit up there and talk online. Because I've always noticed that for a lot of you, conservatives, Republicans, whatever, for a lot of you Caucasian folks out there, it's not that difficult to go down south and actually find a lot of these elders that are actually still around and to actually have a sit down conversation. But y'all don't want to do that because it's going to break apart your narrative. Because that's the main narrative that y'all always like to sit up to. Y'all weren't around during those times, and how would you know? And who is it? Go down south and look at some of those elders. Like I said, during the time that my grandmother was still around, she's from down south, South Carolina. She was able to sit up there and tell me some stuff about white folks down there. How y'all would sit up there and chase Black people out of bathrooms and all the other types of racism and yada, yada, yada. Like I said before, it's crazy how y'all always want to pull up on this topic and say who does not deserve what, but you are consistently giving billions upon billions upon billions of dollars to other countries. Woo! I guess that's because they're not Black. I guess that's how that works. I guess as long as you're not Black American, you're free to give money. Right, just like with the Biden administration, they was going to give over, what was it, about like 30, somewhere in like the 30, 40, 50 billion. They were going to give that over to Rwanda to apologize for the parts of that they had in slavery. Isn't it interesting how the United States can give over a form of reparations to Africa for their parts of slavery, but when it deals with the descendants that are still here, they're like, nah, we're not doing that. We don't got the money. And this was the exact same government who said that we don't got trillions of dollars to give away. But when the pandemic came out, magically, y'all pulled trillions of dollars within a week out of your pockets. And again, we're broke. We're in a deficit. Still to this day, I don't know where the United States got the trillions of dollars that it got for the pandemic. I just do not know it. I just don't know. Just don't know. But like I said, y'all always say a lot of stuff. That's some crazy work. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said a Yorkshire. Wait a minute. You're over there yonder. You're across the pond. Why are you even here? I think you got lost. I think you got lost. I think what happened was because y'all the same groups, the same types that over there in Europe and the UK, y'all got issues with like Muslims. I guess you might think or might have mistook that that's who you were talking to here. No, you got the wrong one here. Let me let you know. Let me let you know. You better move those tea and crumpets somewhere else real quick. Like I said, don't do it to yourself because like I said, your birth rate just in general, is not where it's supposed to be. Your women ain't even trying to procreate, even be with you at this moment in time. You might want to pull this one back. Step this one back. Because like I said, what was it? Poland, Sweden, somewhere over yonder where anybody who is black and male is all the rage. Whew! Diabolical. How that happens. That's some crazy work. Crazy work. And I know that some people over there are crying tears. They are fighting the air at this moment in time. Every single time they go out, they're looking at these European women with guys who don't look like them. And they're like, that could have been me. It should have been me. Woo! Some crazy work. Crazy work. It is diabolical in nature. Diabolical nature. Let me see. I'm trying to scroll down. Let me see something. You really do know that I don't actually care. That's the main point. You're telling me to look at something as if I'm supposed to sit up there and care. I just want you to know, for cool, you're coming to a black man looking for attention. Let me just repeat that one more time. You're looking for and coming to a black man for attention, for a type of validation. I'm not sure how you got here, but you may want to go retract some steps. You may want to go rethink some things in life. Just saying. just saying, like, cause that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Cause I'm not walking up to a white dude looking for validation. I'm black all day long. This is some crazy work. Like I said, this is why I love when clowns pull directly up to the scene. Somebody said, I don't know what race has to do with this, but so are you offended by the conversation? I'm just a little bit confused. Because if I can, let me see if I scroll back, right? Let me just see some of your comments. Dun, dun, dun. You said pay the natives before anybody else. And that was technically you only got a few. Yep, looking back because I'm trying to find a color. Yeah, you only got a few. Only got a few. It's crazy. That's the same thing the Latin said. It was like, pay us and the Native Americans before you give anybody else. Once we get our money, then you can sit up there and give the blacks. That's some crazy work. That's some crazy work. Diabolical. I'm not sure. Because who was that? Let me just highlight you real quick because you said pay the natives. Let me go back up there. Right. So you said that, right? Pay the natives before anybody else, right? That was your statement. Didn't I just do a video about this? Let me see if I can actually find this because that seems a little bit interesting. Oh, color me surprised. Let me just put that directly up there. This is why I love doing content creation because I can just so happen to pull up stuff just like that. Right. So you said pay the natives before anybody else. Let's read that title together, folks. It says the Cherokee Nation wants federal laws fixed for black tribal citizens. Huh. Isn't that interesting? So are you talking about the black tribal citizens? Or are you just talking about the Native Americans that look like they came from like that commercial from like the 70s with the crying tear? And I don't even think that dude's even Native American. Which ones are we talking about? Which ones we talking about here? Which natives? That's what I'm trying to talk. Which natives are you referring to? Oh, that man is deep in the UK. That's I know you are. You talking about little black wagon? What type of weird language do y'all got over there? That's crazy. Like I said, beans and toast, tea and crumpet, Big Ben. As sums up your whole culture, along with the British pound and all the other type of good stuff. Y'all wonder why it is that people always got problems with y'all up there in the UK? It's because y'all just be running y'all mouth. Y'all don't got nothing else better to do because ain't nothing really going on over there. I mean, of course, y'all got like, gangs and crime and all the other type of stuff like everybody, but realistically, ain't nothing really happening over there. There's like really not a scene over there. So it's like y'all gotta venture and look everywhere else for some type of entertainment. Y'all gotta jump into this, jump into that, because home is very boring for you. It's crazy. Diabolical. Somebody said there's no such thing as a white man, that you are not a black man. There is only one race. Y'all just like talking stupid on a lot of stuff. Like I said, I will go with the archaeologists when they sit up there and talk about the oldest bones, and all these other types of things. Like I said, this is a warm planet for a reason. But you're gonna, it's the human. All right, then everybody should be able to live in the sun. So let me just put this directly out there, right? Going by your logic, everybody should be able to comfortably live in the sun. We shouldn't have to deal with no SPF 15 and 22 and 25, 23, whatever numbers that they got at this moment in time. That should not be used because it's only one race. There's no difference in between all of us, correct? There's no black, no white, no Asian, no this, no that. Everybody should comfortably be directly in the sun. I know that when I go out into the sun, I have no problems. I have no complications. I can't say that for a lot of other people in the United States who are the majority here. Just saying. And the sun says something totally different as well, too. Yo, Senshi, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is up? What is up? What else we got here? Fish and chips, yeah. Yo, SLR, what is up? What is up? You say England is boring. Yep. I believe it. You said they make me yawn when they speak. Oh, that's crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. You said live in the sun? Yes. Yes. Everybody should be able to live in the sun. That's exactly what I said. You should know what I mean, but if you don't, that's okay. Let me break it down. Basically, meaning when you go out and the sun is out at the height or whatever it is, you should be completely fine. There should be no skin irritations, no puffiness. There should be no burning, no none of that. Because I've never dealt with that. Just saying, I've never had that problem, and I've been out on 98, if not potentially 100-degree days, playing basketball with some of my friends for probably about like 5 minutes because it was just hot out there. It was just beaming. But again, when it deals with, let's say, like the normalcy, let's say 70, 80 to like some top 90s, maybe like 90 to 95, you should really have no problems. The sun shouldn't be taking you out. You shouldn't be having to go to the doctor to get the skin basically removed because things can potentially happen and develop. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just saying. Somebody said they got used to that 50 to 75. Yeah, probably so. Dog, get this. Yo, let me tell you something. I don't care what you're talking about realistically, because it has nothing to do with the history of Black Americans here, I don't care what it is that you see. It's what it is that Black Americans here, and I'm going to use the terminology Black. I don't care if you are Black. I don't care if you're white. Whoever. If Black Americans in America refer to themselves as FBA, Black Americans, ADOS, whatever it is, they have their right to sit up there and call themselves that. You interlopers decide that you want to come through and try to redirect and tell Black Americans what it is that they are and how it is that they should talk or categorize themselves. I need y'all to shut up because y'all being immensely disrespectful. Immensely disrespectful. Because realistically, for a lot of Caucasian Americans here, you shouldn't be calling yourself American. You should be calling yourself American, Euro American, something like that. Because realistically, y'all didn't start here. You just landed here. See how technically that would be called disrespectful, even though it's true. Like I said, it's crazy work. Somebody said they can survive and thrive in any climate. So why is it that y'all are not in like the hottest places on the planet? Why are you not terraforming the Sahara Desert or the hottest parts of Texas, right? Or Death Valley? Why if you can survive and thrive in any climate, why is it that you are not in the hottest places on this planet terraforming that? Why are you not doing that? Just a question, because again, you got the ingenuity, right? The smartest people supposedly on the planet. You modernized everything. You built America, right? Why is it that you're not terraforming the hottest places and making it climate control? Because we do have weather modification technology. We do have cloud seeding. So I'm just saying, like I said, the only time that I know that y'all care about weather and quote unquote surviving had to do with a story that I gave y'all some years ago, where it talked about Bill Gates wanting to use, type of cloud seeding and whatnot to throw stuff into the atmosphere in order to bring down the temperature of the planet. Now, for anybody with melanin, we don't need the temperature of the planet to come down. For those who lack it, it seems as though that would be the thing necessary for a proper climate in order to survive, to make it more habitable. Just saying. Just saying. What does the human body normally do when it has an infection? When a human body normally has an infection, the body heats up because it's fighting the infection. It's doing a multitude of things in order to drive that infection directly out. What is the planet currently doing at this moment in time? The planet is currently heating up. But you have those out there that want to cool the planet from what it naturally normally does. Just saying, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Somebody said, is this one of those crazy conspiracy channels where they think that Africans are really Native Americans and such and such and such and da 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 and the world, and there's another world south of the Antarctica like Lord of the Rings? Correct me if I'm wrong. I did actually do a video directly. It's funny that everything or a lot of the things that people are talking about, I've done a video specifically on. Somebody could write it in the comment section, but I could have sworn that there was a guy back in like the 1940s or 30s, whatever. It was a guy by the name of General Byrd, and he flew all over. He was on a television show or whatnot or whatever, talking to some people, and he was asked a question where he basically stated that, yo, General Byrd, you pretty much went everywhere all around the world. You saw everything that there's need to be seen. Again, I'm paraphrasing. He was like, for the younger explorers out there, General Byrd, what out there could they see that is, still out there to venture? And General Byrd, he said that, yes, it is true, in fact, that I have gone all over the world and seen everything. But he said just past Antarctica, there are other land masses. He stated that he saw a landmass as large as North America. So he said that if they wanted to explore, if they wanted to continue doing what he's doing, they would start from that point and go forward. But you want to pull up here and make it seem as though that for me, I'm a conspiracy theorist because I'm listening to things that were stated before I was even born. These were things that were already talked about. You got other civilizations that got maps before Europeans started really trying to move to and from. It's like what? But like I said, whatever it is that people want to believe is whatever it is that people want to sit and believe. Right? People are all over the place with their beliefs. And again, I just like the information that's directly out there. Right? Stuff out there that is different from the things that we are specifically taught and told in our books. And the one main thing that I've learned from science is this, that nobody out here knows everything. And information is not concrete. Anything can change day by day. That's the one thing I do love about science, is that is one consistent thing. Nobody knows everything, and everything can sit up there and change literally in a second. So, like I said, I'm not here to debate people on what it is that they believe when it deals with, all of that stuff dealing with the world and stuff. But, to each is their own. But when it deals with this whole thing here, the whole main thing that Black Americans are stating is because of the intertwined relationship that we have with America and the people that are here. You've had people that have mingled, right? Native Americans also had slaves as well too, that were Black. What does that then mean? The same thing that happened when white folks had slaves. You had mulatto or biracial kids that were created. What does that then mean when Native Americans, quote unquote, will then have Black slaves? Intermingling will sit up there and happen. Kids will be born, half and half, things of that nature. So when we are consistently stating that we are Native American, we are. And then that's not also touching on the fact that you also had melanated people here. Again, not talking about the Siberians, the Indians from Siberia. I'm not even talking about. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff all over the place. A lot of stuff all over the place. And to also try to say that that have a problem with Black Americans thinking that they're Native. There's a lot of Caucasians that say that they're Native. And it's crazy how people would rather believe that Caucasian people are more Native than Black Americans. I'm not even sure how that even works. I'm not even sure how that works. Didn't y'all have what was that woman's name? Elizabeth Warren. Let me type her name in. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it Elizabeth Warren who stated that she was Native American and then she had to come out and apologize? Warren. Yeah, that was the woman. She was supposed to be basically like Pocahontas or something. She said that she was Native American, then she had to come out and basically apologize. Come on now. Come on. Come on now. Like, that's crazy. Like, it's crazy how everybody else can cosplay, but if Black Americans basically say something, everybody's like, nah. Nah. Let me see. Somebody said Blacks are the most disrespectful. The black wait so black people are the most disrespectful. Let me show you some disrespect. King Leopold of Belgium the second pulled up to Africa, went through Africa to the Congo, took over the Congo with him and his army, and enslaved the Congolese people. If they did not meet their rubber quota, hands and feet were basically gone. You want to sit up there and try to talk about Black people are disrespectful? Nobody of my bloodline has ever pulled up to a European country and decided that we wanted to enslave 15 plus million. We at no point in time have we ever pulled up to any European nation and be like, oh, we're gonna just like slew, as the UK would like to say, the lot of you, right? In the means of 10 to 25 million. I can't give you the name of anybody of my bloodline who has ever done that, left their home and decided to do that and still profited. I can't give you anybody. Can't give you anybody at all. A matter of fact, another form of disrespect is of Caucasians here having human zoos with black people in them in the United States, mind you. Diabolical work. Disrespectful would be how the Europeans decided that they wanted to take an African woman by the name of Sarah Bartman, and you wanted to parade her across the world as a sideshow attraction because of how large her butt is. And the disrespectful part on top of that is how it is during that time frame, your women who didn't have any types of frames had to create a frame, aka a metal or a wire frame, in order to give themselves a fake backside. Disrespectful. That was the BBL before the BBL. I mean, I can go more in depth when it deals with slavery and the things that Caucasian men would happen to do when it deals with the black male slaves. But I'm pretty sure you don't want to go down that rabbit hole, because then that's is going to go down more than one. Let me tell you. But it'd be like that because, you know, some people are obviously interested in certain things secretly and don't want to actually talk about that. But history tells no lies. Well, at least when it deals with yours, right? So yeah, like I said before, it's pretty interesting how it is that you guys want to talk in the type of delusion and everything. And you said that whites have been on this continent thousands of years ago. So how is it if y'all were here thousands of years ago, like lifespan wise, y'all ain't really been on this planet that long. Let's just be factually correct. Let's just be real. Y'all ain't been here that long. Um, but other than that, if you guys were here thousands of years ago, why was it that the natives who were here had to save your life in order for you to even survive and thrive? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make any sense. Like y'all didn't know like how to deal with the harsh winters. Y'all didn't know how to deal with the climates and the animals. Y'all didn't know what was safe to eat and what was not safe to eat. It was the natives that had to sit up there and tell you. Like I said, you're lucky that people did not during that time frame have the same mentality that you guys have, where you guys, we're going to sit up there and conquer this chemical warfare, smallpox, bow, and you know, just throwing out smallpox everywhere. You get smallpox, you get smallpox, everybody gets smallpox, right? And trying to decimate populations. More disrespect is the whole plan that I remember somebody had brought up before, is the fact that how you guys would attack the natives is that you would go directly after the men when everybody is separated, right? Because the men would go out there and forage and hunt, and the women would be at the home dealing with the kids and everything like that, you know, or on the land, wherever. And you guys would make sure to go take out the men. You would take out the oldest men, and you may leave some of the youngest ones, depending on how young they are, because they are trainable, right? But you'll make sure to sit up there and keep the women there, because once the men are gone, guess what? Everything is all directly out there. So now it's open house. You can now do whatever it is that you want to sit up there and do, and now you can have a forced type of integration by way of having some type of form of relations. Again, can't say that these things were legal. Some type of form of relations with those said women in order to procreate, because this is what you guys would like to do when it deals with the spoils of war. But you want to sit up there and roll up to the scene and talk about you've been here for so long and that black people are the utmost disrespectful. Woo, diabolical. The lies that are directly happening at this moment in time that you guys still believe are diabolical. Diabolical. You know, and the craziest part is crazy. How you say that black people are dumb, but yet it wasn't us that reclassified ourselves 99 times. It's like y'all so smart, but you don't even know how to classify black people in America. You go through a multitude of names And y'all supposed to be the smartest archaeologists, scientists, paleontologists, all of this other type of oceanographers, all this great stuff, right? But y'all can't even come to a general consensus on just one standard issue name for Black Americans. You got to go all over the place. That seems a little bit weird for people that have been here for thousands of years. We would think that you would actually know. Like, I don't know 99 different names for mice in America. I don't know that. I don't know 99 different names for cats in America. Like what are we doing? Like, but you guys are supposed to be the smartest, right? You're so smart that you're still finding tombs. You're finding pyramids in America. And because you don't want other people to basically see those, you make sure to guard off areas of the Grand Canyon and many other spots, right? You guys are so smart, in fact, that you allow fires to break out in California every single year. You're so smart, in fact, that you allow tsunamis to still hit. You're so smart. And with all of the technology that you can literally transform the skies, you still allow hurricanes to hit and take the lives of people down south every single year. But yet you want to sit up there and call Black people dumb? You can terraform. You can literally see clouds. You got technology to vaporize to get rid of hurricanes. It's so many things that are directly out there, but yet you don't do that in order to save lives. But Black people are the dumb ones. Okay, you got it. You got that. Crazy work though. Diabolical. Somebody said he is so broken, all he thinks about is race. I guess so. I mean, I live in America. Obviously, a lot of you guys don't. So you wouldn't even know. Do. Let me see. Then so right. So no problem, right? Historically speaking, these things did happen, right? The American natives lost, right? And then you also have Africa that lost as well. Cool, no problem. That's cool. Now, the issue that I just so happen to have is how it is that people seem to think that everything is said and done. The main example that I like to bring up is the Asians, right? And that is basically the sleeping dragon. And you for a longest time, you got a lot of white people that really felt or thought that they really beat the Japanese, they really beat the Asians, and they're into submission and all this other type of stuff, right? And they didn't pay attention to the fact that, again, with all of the great labor that was sent overseas, and this has been going on since the early 2000s. In the early 2000s, it was at 5% because I remember that being on the news. White people sent all of these jobs yonder, taking them away from America. America literally empowered and enabled China to become the superpower that it is at this moment in time. America creates its own worst enemies. I'm not sure if people pay attention to that. Black Americans had nothing to do with that. That was white America that had everything to do with that. White corporate America that allowed those jobs to be pushed away from American citizens over to China, enabling China to become the tech powerhouse that is going to be. And as one of the people over there stated, wait until about 20, I think it was like 2030, 2032. And he said by that time, China will be the number one hub where the world will look when it deals with tech and innovation. You can only thank America directly for that, because America would rather sell off and outsource everything, but empower its own people, because it would rather its own people be slaves. Right? So you wanted to bring up the fact of let's have a third fight directly on the moon. America's losing to Asia right now. Realistically, Japan has great tech. They're still working on stuff. China, I don't even need to say nothing. Like it's crazy. It is diabolical. Matter of fact, if you even look at some of their cities, like some of the nicest tech cities that they got directly out there, oh my God. Um, America looks like a third world country. How a lot of their cities, like the tech cities and hubs, it is insane how those work. It is insane. And I'm like, so we couldn't have anything like that here, but we're supposed to be the greatest. We're supposed to be the first world. Okay. Like I said, American government, what happened? Oh, that's right. Y'all rather have slaves versus people who could actually think critically, versus people who could be self-sufficient. You would rather have people enslaved and dependent directly on the system versus allowing them to be free and help the system and lift up the system. Good job. Good job. So again, shout out to any of those Caucasians directly out there that want to pull up to the scene and say all of this type of nonsense. And then going back to the whole thing about fighting on the moon. Last time I checked, Caucasian scientists said that there is it seems to be some type of life or something directly on the moon that they cannot explain. On top of the fact, within our solar system, they've spotted different objects that were able to move to and from, and they weren't an asteroid or a comet. They were able to move in directions that did not make sense, that quote unquote, we do not have the technology on Earth for. Matter of fact, the United States government has actually brought out evidence of UFOs, unidentified flying objects, and also stated that they're both in the air and they're in the waters of the planet. And you're talking about that, oh, we can do a third fight directly on the moon. You have to be the dumbest creature to have ever been born to say something so idiotic. For the last bit, because I saw somebody else mention the whole thing dealing with Antarctica. Explain to me why it is that out of all of the continents, every nation has basically come forth and be like, we're going to sign the Antarctic Treaty. Nobody can go to or from without express permission through various different levels. And we're not going to war no matter what's happening here. We're not, those same groups are not going to be warring here. This is nothing but for military and scientific research. And then also explain to me why it is that the Rothschilds have, a little piece of land or an island directly over there. So, like I said before, you can call a lot of things conspiracy, which is again a label that the government gave directly to the people in order to be dismissive to any types of questions or evidence somebody may present when it deals with these types of stories or different findings. So like I said, the United States government is, when it deals with like psychological warfare, I got to give it up. I got to clap it up for the CIA and the FBI and many others directly out there. Y'all do y'all do an awesome job. Y'all been doing this for decades. Y'all didn't have people hook, line, and sinker. These are the same groups of people that told you that there is no such thing as aliens. It's swamp gas coming from New Orleans, bouncing off of Venus, refracting off of the moon back onto the Earth, hitting the atmosphere, and then casting a shadow on the clouds. Oh, Jesus Christ. And they actually had y'all believe in this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But you up here talking about that black people are dumb. No problem. No problem. You got it. You got it. No problem. Y'all the same ones that sat up there and said that 3 buildings fell down on 9/11, right? In World Trade Center 7. What happened with that? What plane hit? What plane hit? World Trade Center 7. What plane? For any of the Caucasians out there, right? Because everything is conspiracy theory, right? So put on the hats, your educative hats, because I know y'all say that y'all the most educated ones out here. Went to college, Yale, Princeton, and all this other. So what caused World Trade Center or Building 7 to basically fall down? I'll wait. Take your time. Take your time, because again, y'all want to sit up there and say that black people are the ones that are dumb. No problem. No problem. Um first of all, for the random name 47, I don't even know what you are. Nobody even knows who you are. You pulling up here saying that Black Americans are very disrespectful. You don't even know anything about Black Americans. Pretty much all you said is that you see things online that basically prove your point. You don't even have an experience, and you're up here talking wild, like wildly crazy. Like I said, y'all wonder why it is that we are getting on everybody's neck at this moment in time when it deals with social media platform. That's because the great majority of y'all are vastly disrespectful when y'all want to sit up there and talk about Black Americans. Again, I don't care what race you are. All of y'all disrespectful. Like it's crazy work. That is diabolical. I'm trying to. I actually got to just like fast forward through some of these comments here, so I'm not going to catch um everybody's comments. I didn't even know I actually had so many comments. Well, I actually gotta let me just press the button so I can actually hit down. Let me see. See Jeopardy. Somebody said what else? I'm still waiting for the answer. That's not the answer I'm looking for. I saw somebody type something. That is not it. That is not it. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I think I did see somebody who wrote it. Hold on. Where did it go? That's number one. That's number one right there. And then we also got Maggie B. Yep. So yeah, those are basically the main two things. I even showcased a video. I forgot which channel it was. I showcased a video where you have, and this was during the point of 9/11. You have these white guys sitting back there just in the rubble and just chilling. They were like, "Oh yeah, yeah, it's the sprinklers magically they're not working. One of the levels of the building is on fire. Like the building was still fine. It could have been it might have took millions of dollars. It could have been renovated and still standing. But they were like, yeah, we're gonna just have to pull the building, huh? So a building that is still in concrete, you're going to have to demo that building because it's on fire because the sprinklers aren't working on one level, huh? That don't even make sense. But that's what they did though, and it fell directly on its footprint, just like two other buildings. Odd coincidence. Odd coincidence. And y'all are the same folks, and you want to say that Black people are dumb, and y'all are the same folks that believed George W. Bush, right? Again, I'm just a conspiracy theorist. You believe George W. Bush when he said that there was a war on terror, but then he also said that we have a war and we're fighting an invisible enemy. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. How do you fight an invisible enemy? How do you fight an invisible enemy? Let me know. Other than watching The Nun, The Exorcist, how do you fight an invisible enemy? Let me know. What direction do you point in and say, okay, fire in that direction? Because that's where the invisible enemy. Where? How? How? Like I said, the dumbest stuff was literally put on TV before we really had social media the way that this was all over the airwaves. And you clowns sat up there and really ate this up. We're fighting an invisible. Yeah, we're fighting an invisible enemy. Yeah, the enemies anywhere and everywhere. Yeah. Wow. And then this is the same clown, along with you clowns, where he had his last day, his last dinner at the White House, and said that those weapons of mass destruction, still looking for them. They got to be somewhere. Whew. Whew. And you say that I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I'm the dumb one, and the government told you to throw away your kids and your family to an invisible enemy, to a war that didn't sit up there and make sense. But I'm the dumb one, and they laugh directly in your face at all of your buried loved ones and your kids. And you got, brother, like I said, I keep telling y'all just need to sit up there and back out a lot of conversations. Y'all need to back out a lot of conversations. Y'all need to back out a lot of conversations, and you got hella audacity to sit up there and talk about somebody being dumb. I watched you guys during the time frame. I even had conversations with a lot of y'all white kids online during 360 during that time because they were afraid of the draft. That was the whole main thing during that time that a lot of kids at that point were afraid of, even being in high school, being 17, 18, afraid. They were like, yo, they're going to sit up there and draft us. We're going to have to sit up there and go into the war and all this other type of stuff. And then because of the psychological warfare, like I spoke on earlier, when it deals with white men that want to prop up these basic mid women and try to make a 5 into a 10, y'all psyched up a lot of your white kids by ways of using Call of Duty, by ways of using Battlefield, Gears of War, all of these other types of shooters, trying to make them into some type of psychological soldiers, so that before they even got in there, they were already slightly conditioned. So when they make it in a boot camp, it's only a little bit more tweaking you got to do. And you did it. Because after boot camp, they were all psyched. It was like, yeah, I'm a private and this, that, and the third. We were firing these guns and and we're going to be going over here and getting shipped off. And for a lot of those dudes that was sitting up there talking, that was the last time that I even heard anything from them, because they probably didn't make it back. So as a person that's a part of a generation that literally watched these things take place, I can only sit up there and blame y'all. And I'm talking about to the white Americans. I'm talking about to white people. You threw your kids away for what reason? What did you really get out of it? What was the benefit? What was the real end goal for you? Not the country. I'm talking about for you. You lost. I watched you lose everything. You lost wives. You lost daughters. You lost sons. You lost uncles. You lost husbands. And those that you didn't lose came back broken, worse than they were before. But you got the nerve to pull up to the scene and to try to say that me, as being black, a black American, that I'm dumb and other black Americans are dumb. I literally watch you guys be dumb every single day. And how long was Bush Jr. directly in office? That was 8 years, right? That was 8 years that you had to sit up there and deal with that idiocy. And you voted for that twice. You literally voted to send your kids into an endless, meaningless war. And it was all over oil. It was all over land. And you got the nerve to sit up there and call me dumb while you're sitting up there still being sheep to a government that has proven time and time again that they don't love or care anything about you. But just because they put a representative up there that is of you, that thinks like you, and you buy his clothes, you buy into every single thing that he does, you don't want to potentially look at something different because you're fearful, because you don't want to lose yourself. But you've been losing this whole time. Like I said, man, y'all so ready to blame everybody else, and y'all don't want to take no acknowledgement. You don't want to take none of the blame. You don't want to point out any type of errors. It's always everybody else's fault. 9/11, it was everybody else's fault. It wasn't yours. It wasn't yours? You mean to tell me that we spend trillions of dollars on defense? We spend more money on defense than anybody else on this planet. And you mean to sit up there and tell me that 2 to 3 to 4 planes magically were able to lose control and we didn't know? But you're sitting up there telling me that black Americans are dumb. You're trying to tell me that I'm a conspiracy theorist. These are actual facts. These are things that went on during 9/11. Donald Rumsfeld, $2 trillion disappeared before 9/11. Color me surprised. And then when they wanted to sit up there and do the investigation, you know what got hit? The Pentagon. You know what area the Pentagon got hit? The area where the servers are. Color me surprised. That's where all the information was. And you know what also was very interesting during 9/11 when the Pentagon got hit? It was this big giant plane that supposedly hit the side of that building. And then before the actual police came on the scene, I got video of this. Before the actual police and all of those people came on the scene, you saw all of these Pentagon workers forming hand in hand, a chain length human chain, and they were just walking over whatever debris were there. There was nothing there. Y'all barely got grass at the Pentagon, so I'm not even sure what they were even looking for. I never even spotted an engine of a plane. Nothing. In every single one of these instances, when it deals with the Pentagon, when it deals with the Twin Towers, everything is pretty much turned into ash, right? But yet somehow, some way, right, because I'm dumb, I'm a black American, I'm dumb. Explain to me how a terrorist can magically leave his wallet while he's in a plane. He can leave his wallet. It's magically found somewhere on the streets. So that survived? That survived the plane crash? Huh? But you're right, though. I'm a conspiracy theorist. You got it, though. You got it. You 100% got it. See, I love when people sit up there and say this. The biggest terrorist organization in the United States was nobody even black. You know, and the craziest part is before BLM was even a thing, the main thing that y'all used to sit up there and talk about was the Black Panthers, Malcolm X, and MLK. Those were the main three things that y'all would list in order to try to say that black people are a danger to society. Matter of fact, one of your boys, who was it, the lady in red, right? Because he was off doing some other things because he was on that side of the field because he liked to dress up as women. He decided that he wanted to create COINTELPRO and he wanted to wiretap and investigate anybody that was black. It was your own people that specifically said that that black Americans will not have a Messiah. The only way that they will have a Messiah is if we create it for them. That was what white people said about black people, that you're not going to have a black leader unless we create it. If you do have one, we will destroy him one way or another. We're going to pack him on up. And color me surprised when I found out the people who took the life of MLK. Color me surprised. Color me surprised on the people who had a hand and took the life of Malcolm X. Color me surprised. Color me surprised on when I found out of the real people that were behind dismantling the Black Panther Party. Color me surprised. But yet, you want to sit up there and say that BLM is the biggest terrorist organization in America. It's funny how you never want to look at the United States government as a terrorist organization. But I get why you don't want to do that, because that would put you in a bad light. That would put anybody like you in a bad light. And that would also have to mean that you would admit wrongdoings, which you're not going to sit up there and do. Shout out to what was it, Ronald Reagan? Right? Shout out to Reagan for everything that he did for the black community and everything that he enabled. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff. It's a tremendous amount of stuff when it deals with the United States and the government. Like I said, it's large money pits all over the place where money is just going into dark places. And you, as white Americans, don't even know where the money is going. The few smart ones do, and they'll sit up there and broadcast and tell people. But the sheep will decide, no, the government doesn't do that. They care about us. They care about our best interest. Right? All of that type of stuff. And y'all are the ones that will actually go against your own people that are trying to inform you that, yo, that's actually a wolf. That's not another sheep. Why do you think so many sheep have been disappearing in the flock? Why do you think you haven't seen Terry in a few weeks? Why do you think you haven't seen Dan in 2 days? Why do you think Sarah hasn't come back from grazing? Duh. But like I said, you really feel and believe that the government has your own best interest at heart. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. And like I said before, I want you to keep believing that. And never at any point in life, I never want you to ever think that you're a victim, because you're not. As a white American or whoever you are, you're not a victim. Never. You can never be. So the moment in time when things fall down, and they will, and the moment in time when the government, the United States government, will fully show you exactly who it is that they are, I don't want to see y'all crying in the streets. I don't want to see y'all saying, woe is me. I don't want to see y'all crying about them knocking down your door and trying to, put you into different areas. I don't want to hear none of that, because you're not victims. This is the government doing what is best for you, as they've always done. That's crazy. Somebody said, if your American government is so bad, why do you still occupy? I love when people who are from a whole nother place that don't even state where it is that they from want to speak directly on America. I can speak and talk about America because I am American. Foundationally, Black American, right? I can speak on my government and still be here. Just because I speak on it does not mean that I automatically want to live somewhere else. I done seen where everywhere else looks. And I also know for a fact that everywhere else does not want somebody that looks like me. Like I said, you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. I'm going to deal with the devil that I know versus the devil that I don't. You might not be able to understand that, but for a lot of Black Americans that are here, we make choices every single day, and a lot of us choose to stay and fight for whatever little bit that we got, while we watch everybody else sit up there and run to and from because they feel a little bit of uncomfortability in where it is that they are. That's some crazy work. Like, y'all always up here got a question, but y'all never sit up there and talk about where it is that you're from. Let me see. What else we got? Somebody said that Elon Musk is African American. I've already covered this before. So what's your point? He's not Black American. He's a European from European descent that was born and raised in South Africa, who then migrated and came to America, which then gave him African American. I covered this before. I talked about this. You're acting like you really put a zinger directly out there, like you did something. Like, for a lot of y'all out there, I need y'all to like get with the times. Technology is faster than it's ever been. If you're really going to say something, at least use ChatGPT before you do it. I've already covered this. I've already talked about this. This ain't nothing new. So again, Elon Musk can be African American because he is, but he's not and could never be Black American because he's not. So, like I said, next, let's just keep going directly through here. Like I said, crazy work. It's diabolical. People really think that they be finding something out. Like they really sitting up here saying something. You're not saying nothing. Let me see. Rapid Fire said, what's this at nationality? I don't know what that dude is. Doug said, you are either an African or you're an American. Choose. Smart people don't put up with you. Who is this? Yo, Doug, that's the whitest name ever in life. Let me let you know something. As a fully grown man, you ain't about to sit up there and directly tell me how to brand, rename, or list. Like, yo, this ain't the 1950s. This ain't the 40s. I know that you're old. I know that you're older than me because I looking at the name. I don't know. I've never met any white boys by the name of Doug. Don't know anybody of this generation by the name of Doug. And you got the audacity to try to dictate to a Black American what it is that you are and are not. I need you to finally shut the fuck up. Precisely. Quickly. I don't know where you think that you are. You have no ownership directly over here. That is not how that works. That's not. I promise you, like I said before, you ain't about to sit up there and roll up to the scene here and try to be disrespectful and that type of like I said, y'all can say a whole bunch of lot of stuff. I let that slide and whatnot, whatever. But the moment in time that you decide that you want to pull up to the scene and try to you're not dictating nothing here. You're not doing that. Not doing that. Not doing any of that here. Like, that is crazy. That is 100% crazy. Like I said, y'all need to get yourselves together. Anyways, we're going to continue with a few of the videos because technically we were supposed to have been continuing because we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We actually got 5 videos left. So, you said do a segment on buck breaking. I don't actually need to. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. I actually got the DVD still here. I ordered it when it first came out. He has a whole documentary directly on it. I don't need to actually do it. If you actually want to see anything dealing with that, you can hit up Tariq Nasheed's website and you can order that DVD the exact same way that I ordered it, and you can just so happen to watch it, or you can watch it directly through Amazon. I think it is listed directly up there, so you can just so happen to do that. Like I said, it's a very good video, very informative, a lot of information. Let me see. Where's the DVD? Let me see. How long is this? Yeah, because this came out back in 2021, and he doesn't actually have the length of time. I want to say it should be about maybe like an hour plus, potentially. But yeah, you should be able to find it online. Should be able to find it directly online. let me see. What was it? Swedish. The funniest thing is, so I'm not sure which channel Swedish is actually directly on. Swedish asked a very important question. I can't actually highlight that here. Shout out to Swedish for the question. Um, that whole topic that you're bringing up here, I've covered that before, and I've covered it to the detriment of my own channel. Because what I didn't realize, and this is what I talked about before, I didn't realize that those individuals are actually considered a protected group. And I thought, because again, all the footage that I got was directly off of YouTube, I thought it was in the best interest to allow other people to know about this stuff. Whatever the society is, that people should be able to know and identify who these people are. And when it deals with the family and everything like that. And YouTube was like, nah, you can't do that. And we're going to show you what we think. And they did that. So I don't really, in a sense, cover that anymore because of what took place then. Realistically, for me, I feel like it should not have taken place. I feel like that shouldn't have really been an issue with YouTube at all, but YouTube has their own rules and regulations, how it is that they move. So yeah, I don't go anywhere near that topic at all. We don't sit up there and do that. But like I said, I know exactly what it is that you're talking about. I know the group. I still watch and read stories directly about it. Like I said, there was, after that, I actually had something else. I had something within that video because technically I know why it is that they did it. Because I was able to link it to another group. And this had to do with like the 70s, and I specifically showed off the image and the picture of the person because it was two groups. I'm sorry, it was actually, so for Swedish Fish, it was actually three groups that are basically linked. And like I said, I'm not going to go too much into detail because stuff happens. But yeah, once I did that and I put that at the very front of the video, and then the rest of the video was able to play so that people can get the information and assess and come to their own conclusion, it was problematic. And I'm like, wow, this is I never would have thought ever in life that people like that would be a protected group. But like I said, you live and you learn. So to anybody who's been here or who's watched these platforms for years, I've made a lot of different sacrifices to try to get information directly out there to the detriment of this channel multitudes of times. And it gets to a point where it's like, do you want to keep doing the exact same thing, going through the exact same problems, or do you want to sit up there and just be fine and dandy? I have to be fine and dandy. Because as much as I care about a lot of important topics and I would love to sit up there and cover those topics, obviously it's problematic. And there's not enough support in the world to enable me to keep covering that stuff. And again, there's not enough people to actually care about those type of topics, those type of videos and stories for me to, in a sense, consistently keep doing those. So it'd be like that. You said that Alex Jones once said on video that presidents don't go to power without. I believe it. I 100% believe it. No. Not the group that you talking about. No. It's another group that's still here. That's out there for for everybody to see. Out there for everybody to see. It's not a secret organization or nothing like that. Trust me, not no type of deep dive, secret conspiracy, Bilderberg, Vandenberg. Like it's nothing like that. Mm-mm. But like I said, it's three main groups, because there was another video that I wanted to sit up there and do because another group has a full-on website of stories. And again, I don't think that a lot of people just so happen to know about this. And when I read about some of these stories, like I said, my jaw hit the floor, and that was like 3 to 4 years ago. when I first came across it, and I went through the website and I read some of those stories. I'm like, and this is real. I'm like, these are actual people telling these stories. And I'm like, this is insanity. I'm like, how is this even still existing? How is this thing? And then at the moment of time, they actually had magazines. They used to actually have magazines, and I think potentially even newspapers that they would publish and deliver. Like I said, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's right up there with the whole thing that I talked about in the video dealing with Brooke Shields when she was younger, where she was in Playboy, Sugar and Spice. Like I said, it's crazy work out here. But like I said before, I cover a lot of the topics, more than just the ones that people recently come upon and just so happen to see. But like I said before, those don't really get the the light of day. People don't really want to rah directly on those videos, like how a lot of racists want to pull up directly to the scene underneath these live streams and stuff. They don't got nothing to say when I'm showcasing just them. Showcasing the mighty, millionaires and all these other types of people that are doing all of this stuff. Like I said, Hugh Hefner. Y'all ain't never go after that dude. And it's like I said, it's crazy work, man. It's crazy work. Wait, what? I'm trying to figure out what you will suffer horribly. What is even going on here? I guess you must be talking about somebody else. Oh, she's talking about the European. Okay, I got you. Vic said the funny thing is that we've been calling out the so-called red natives for being Siberian. Now they want to rush to recognize us. Yeah, it'd be like that. But I feel as though that this has more so to do with things that people know some whispers about, because you got certain people that know certain information that's going to happen years before it happens. And the main thing that a lot of Black Americans should look at is that be very wary of anybody that wants to hurry up and try to claim you right now, because that means that something down the line is going to sit up there and take place, and more than likely it has to do with money. The only way that people ever want to make claims to Black Americans or to the culture that deals with Black Americans is when it deals with money. Nobody wants to just claim us to say that they love us, that we're a child of God and that. No. It normally 9 times out of 10 it has to do with money, one way or another. Actually, that's a different. It's close to the name of a. That's close to the name of a group that I'm talking about. You got to replace a few letters. I think you wrote it that way to be safe. But if it starts with another letter, then you will be correct. You will be correct. That is the group. That is the other site that I was going to talk about later on. But again, I never got a chance to do that because everything that took place. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is crazy. But anyways, let's continue on to the next video here. So we saw that, right? This will be I will have this for a solo video a little bit later. So what inevitably end up happening is that I'm guessing the brother there, somebody said Christmas tree. Yeah. What do people do with Christmas trees? I'll let you go through. I'll let you figure it out. For anybody that's a Black American, you already know what this is a reference towards. For anybody else that's not Black American, obviously you must be out of the loop historically. So I'll let you figure it out. I can't play the Jeopardy music at this moment in time, but you can do that as you may and take your time. Like I said before, when it deals with YouTube, I have to paraphrase a lot of words, and I have to put that directly out there in order for you guys to be able to see these videos and things of that nature, because a lot of times YouTube will decide for whatever reasons that we're just going to make something 18 plus or whatnot or whatever, which makes no sense, because I always say that the content here is not for kids. But whatever, it'd be like that. I've seen far worse, and I've covered those videos as well directly on YouTube, but it's whatever it is. But so I'm guessing that this gentleman here was going out, and maybe it was for like lawn care or whatnot or whatever. They're talking about no soliciting, right? Because people magically have no soliciting signs. When you happen to see the picture of the soliciting sign, it is actually fairly small. Let me see if I could find it. I think that is the soliciting sign. I think that's it in the background there. Let me just keep. We go directly back here. You should see the soliciting sign, that small little sign right there in the corner. That should be the no soliciting sign, I think, in that corner. Um, Depending on where people walk, they're not going to see that sign. And a lot of people just so happen to not pay attention to the ground, and they're looking directly up at eye level. That's not at any level that a normal adult would actually be at this moment in time. Maybe a child might see it, but a grown, average sized, average heighted adult is not going to see that. I'm not going to sit there and pay attention to that sign. I'm not. But I guess he went there, and for whatever purposes of business, and they decided that they wanted to rage out. They wanted to get all types of angry. They wanted to get all types of mad, and they wanted to use all types of slurs, expletives, and all this other type of stuff while the brother is calmly walking away. I've seen a lot of Caucanites directly on X talking about, I wonder what happened before. I bet you he said something in order to make them go off and all. I'm like, if like, it's crazy how y'all consume a whole bunch of content where it's nothing but negative stereotypes, and you always see black people arguing. You really think that if he started something that he's going to be walking away quiet? He's going to be walking away with just like that look on his face, like whatever. Yo, the types of clownery that y'all sit up there and perform just because you got like a check mark on your profile to get like some type of engagement is insane. Like, that's literally the game right there. 25 cents a day. That's literally the game that they play, especially when it deals with videos like this. It's crazy work. 100%. And these be some of the main people who like to say that they're not racist, right? So we can look at a clear-cut image of the couple. Let me just obtain that for you guys at this moment in time. Look at this. Look at the beautiful couple. Look at this. Look at this beautiful couple right here. Bottom of the barrel. If you just didn't know, bottom of the barrel. Right. So when we look directly at the couple, I found out recently that the gentleman that you're able to see actually has an arrest report. And I'm going to read a little bit directly from that. I got to zoom it in for myself, right? And this is out of Orange County. This is dated 5/13/2025 at 6:08 a.m. in office of Tiffany M. Russell, Clerk of Courts, Orange County, Florida. Case number 48-2025-MM-403491-A-O. Defendant's name is Stephen Edwin Wiley, right? So it says that on May 12th of 2025 at approximately 1924 hours, I, Deputy J. Palico, ED 10144, responded to 12313 Aberton Court in reference to a battery domestic violence. My investigation revealed described relationship. Cheryl and Stephen have been dating for approximately, I guess, such and such years. 17 years, have no children in common, and reside together as a family unit. Children present, none described. Injuries. Cheryl sustained a bruise above her left elbow. I guess they didn't have any photos. It says photos, no other evidence obtained. No, and it says if suspect was not arrested, why? Stephen was arrested on scene. Let me see. I'm trying to follow this real quick. On scene there, an injunction for protection order in place. No history of domestic violence, question mark. No, upon arrival, I made contact with Cheryl and Piley, who was the victim, who stated that following verbally, Cheryl advised that she was arguing with her boyfriend, Stephen Edwin Wiley, the defendant, over her stepmother's drinking problem, and how he didn't move to Florida to deal with her issues. Cheryl advised that during the argument, Stephen became aggressive and grabbed her by the hair. Cheryl advised she ran to her bedroom and locked her door. Cheryl advised Stephen broke the door down and pushed her against the wall. Cheryl advised that she sustained a bruise above her left elbow and refused medical attention. I then made contact with Stephen Edwin, who stated the following verbally. Stephen advised he and his girlfriend Cheryl were arguing over their stepmother's issues when Cheryl became agitated and threw a water bottle at him. Stephen advised he grabbed the water bottle and began to squirt water at Cheryl, joking around, quote unquote. Stephen advised that he broke the door unintentionally, trying to open it. That's crazy. Stephen did not sustain any injuries from the incident and refused medical attention. Both Cheryl and Stephen advised that they have been dating for approximately 17 years and have no children in common and residence together as a family unit. Cheryl advised that she did not wish to testify and prosecute criminally for this incident. I provided Cheryl with a booklet containing the legal rights and remedies notice to victims and a business card containing the case number for this incident. I also completed a DV worksheet, victim request, and confidentiality and authorization for injuries. Based on the conclusion of my investigation, I determined probable cause existed to charge Stephen Edwin with battery and DV. Stephen did actually and intentionally touch or strike Cheryl Ann against her will, and Cheryl Ann was a family or household member of Stephen Edwin, violating Florida Statute 784.03. Stephen was transported to BRC without further incident. This report will be forwarded to report review. This concludes my report. So people are online trying to defend this guy who likes to put his hands on women. That's interesting. And I made sure to read everything directly off of there because I get a lot of people like, oh, this is just hearsay. You're just saying this because you're racist. All you do is focus on race. Well, when I go back to the video of a black man walking calm and clearly recording, not saying anything back, and he's looking at a Caucasian male and female be irate and belligerent and using all types of expletives and using all types of slurs and then threatening his life. I don't know what to tell people. I'm going to take the side of the black fellow. I'm not going to take the side of the racist. Shout out to Hulk Hogan, right? Racist to a point. I'm not going to take the side of a racist. I'm just not going to sit up there and do it. It makes no sense to me. But again, for those of you who love people like this, I understand why you would take their side because they're reflective and they look just like you. It's crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. People online sitting up there defending a man that likes to put hands directly on women. Remember, he knocked down the door by mistake. He knocked on the door and tried to move the knob, and he didn't realize his Herculean strength was so much so that when he moved the doorknob, the door exploded with such force that it knocked his live-in girlfriend of 17 years against the wall, causing her to get an elbow injury. That's crazy. That's crazy. Diabolical work. The other thing I would like to also, because I love highlighting this too, shout out to the white folks out there. Your obsession over these years with George Floyd is the chef's kiss. I've not seen anybody go past it. Nobody can ever beat it. I've never seen you guys so obsessed with somebody black ever in your life, up until the days of MLK and Malcolm X, and also the Honorable the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I've never, other than those great men that I've mentioned, I've never seen you guys just fan out and really just talk about and fantasize about a black man in this type of extent. I mean, I know why you're doing it, because it was stated that Mr. Floyd was doing some other types of work directly out there. So I get why it is that you guys are fixated, just like why it is that when you go to a certain hub, You guys are the main ones that like to watch IR movies. That's the best way I can put it. Y'all like to, heavily watch a lot of IR movies, even though a lot of y'all claim that y'all racist and y'all don't like the blacks. The obsession is insane. the obsession is ridiculous when it deals with this type of stuff. But like I said, this is y'all. Y'all always got one thing directly in your mind, and that's the main thing that y'all are highly focused on. You literally got a Caucasian dude out here for content purposes that is out here asking Caucasian women what men do they prefer and why do they prefer them. That's a weird question. Like, are you that bored in life that you're fixated on why it is that women would go after specific men? You know what the answer is, but you want them to validate that for you. You want to hear them. There's a certain type of word for that. I'm not going to say that here though. But it starts with one of the letters, one of the main few letters in the alphabet. But it's you got it though. You got it. You got it. But yeah, who is this? Whoever, I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name because it don't make no sense to me. But yeah, like I said, the obsession is it's crazy. It's diabolical in nature. You might want to go see somebody about that. Might be some clubs in Atlanta that you may want to visit if you're trying to, really be obsessed in that type of manner of which a lot of you guys are online. I'm pretty sure there's some guys in Atlanta that got you. They'll hold you down, literally. Shout out to Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta. All right, so next we're going to go to this next video here. D Money said literally the number one consumers of OF content. Yeah, that's facts. That's 100% fact. They don't want to talk about that though. And then the funniest thing is a lot of these dudes who are Caucasian, these dudes are married. They got full families. They got a wife and they got a woman at home. And you're subscribing $49.99 to OF, making those girls millionaires. Brother, what? What was the purpose of getting married? You like, what was even, whatever. They got it. Like I said, that's diabolical. That's diabolical. It'd be like that though. It'd be like that. Let me see. Yeah, he was like, they do their wives dirty. Yeah, they do. They do. And this is why they had a television show way back in the 2000s. What was it? Desperate Wives or something like that. I forgot. It was with Terry Thatcher. What was, somebody know the name of that show? What's the name of that show? Desperate Wives, Sister Wives, Mr. Wives. What was the name of that show? I'm trying to wait because I know it's probably a little bit delayed. On yo, Billy, what is up? What is up? What is up? Yo, DSA, what is up? Desperate Housewives. Thank you. That's the name of the show. And this is why they have shows such as Desperate Housewives, where you got the wives going out there and just doing whatever it is that they want to do because the husbands, Caucasian, are always out there doing something. This is real life. Like, this is, like I said, as much as they want to always talk about the suburbs have their own secret culture. A lot of them out there are swingers. A lot of them are doing all types of stuff. This is why a lot of people in the suburbs, they be taking cruises because they be going on these swinger cruises. They be going on these nude cruises, all this. They be swapping and doing all this other type of stuff, throwing these big parties. Like I said, like they want to make it seem like, oh yeah, the suburbs is this, that, and the third. Like, no, everything is just hidden. It's in plain sight, but it's just hidden. You just got to know how to read it. You got to just understand it, be able to read the writing that's there. But, like I said, have them tell it ain't nothing going on in the suburbs. Ain't nothing sitting up there happening. They got the perfect life, the perfect wife, and the house is all great. Just like they said in the 1950s. But Jan would sit up and get slapped up if Steven's tie wasn't ironed properly. Right? Or if the toast was burned a certain type of way. Or if she didn't cut the edges off the toast. Bow. It would just be that. Bing, bang, pow, boom, straight to the moon. Shout out to the honeymooners. It's crazy. Like I said, the suburbs be ratchet. People just don't know it. You said as privacy, nothing is wrong with privacy. Yeah, y'all got privacy, drugs, alcoholism, DUIs, prostitution, drugs, and also some things dealing with teachers and students. I mean, that's just a little bit. There's a lot more going on, but that's just a little bit of some of the things that I've covered directly on this platform dealing with the suburbs. So please do not roll up here trying to make it seem like the suburbs is only about privacy. Don't do that to yourself. I didn't cover way too many stories dealing with the suburbs, dealing with both white men and women who work in schools. Please don't do that to yourself. This is not the conversation for you. Back down. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Kane was like, black people do the same thing. The same thing as in what? Same thing as in what? Because you know the craziest part is how can you say that black people do the same thing when y'all sit up there and say that we got broken households? Nobody gets married in the black community, right? Nobody's in the same household. In order to be swingers, you number one normally have to be married. Because usually what swingers like to sit up there and do is this is just for information, because I guess a lot of people don't know. Usually what swingers like to do is they like to partner up with other people who are in relationships, preferably if they're married. They don't really want to sit up there and deal with people that are just boyfriend or girlfriend, because there are a lot of odds and ends with people dibbling and dabbling and doing this and doing that, and you're not really too sure where everybody has been. But for them, they're like, okay, if you're married, we're married, we can sit up there and do this. Everybody is just normally with their partner, and now we're just mixing, and everything is still fine, everything is still clean, right? It's rare that you would normally have swingers that would be like they want to deal with somebody that's single, because again, that means that you're potentially have a unknown directly there, where this one person is dealing with the marriage that is open, but that person is also not only dealing with the married couple but doing their own thing on the side. So what specifically are you stating that black people are doing the same of? Because if we're to go by the stats and everything that you guys say, it doesn't work, because remember, black people don't have homes. We just live in the ghettos, right? Burn down, run down cities. We don't got anything. So how could we ever emulate or do the same things as white folks in the suburbs? This is what happens when people start talking a whole bunch of rhetoric directly out there, and then when it is applied, people want to sit up there and either shut down, or they want to start moving the goalposts and making excuses. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. And like I said, I wanted to put the information out there just in case people are misinformed, don't actually know. And again, this is stuff that I've talked about before in live streams. A lot of y'all have not been to any live streams, but this is live streams like way yesteryears. But yeah, that's normally how that works. Yeah, this man is cooking. This man. I'm sorry, I'm not going to say man, because I'm not really sure, because I've been wrong before. This individual is basically cooking. Said that yeah, there's some petty stuff that goes on in the black community, that everybody always talks about all over the world for whatever reason, as if there's nothing worse or nothing else happening. But then the moment in time that you specifically put the microscope on the said group, Caucasians, they start wigging out. They don't know how to handle, how to manage, how to do a lot of stuff. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff out here that is technically in the open that people just ain't paying attention to. It's secret, but it's not secret at the same time. It's only secret if you're not looking at those directions. If you're not aware of how a lot of people just so happen to move. Like I said, I got a video of a young guy who was melanated on, I can't say if he's black or not, right? A young guy on a cruise ship on a cell phone. So for anybody, pineapples have a multitude of meanings. Multitude of meanings, especially when it deals with the suburbs and swingers and different things of that nature. If you are a guy and you just so happen to be black, never, even if your favorite person is SpongeBob, pineapple under a seed, don't go on a cruise ship wearing a a pineapple shirt. Just don't do it. The amount of couples that are white and the amount of white women that were coming up to him, either just slow rolling like they were doing a drive by, or the white women just slowly coming by, just caressing him, touching him on his arm. Like I said, there are subtle things that will be done in order to let people know certain other types of things, so that it's just not out there obvious. Again, it's a cruise ship. Everybody ain't doing the same thing, but you got that segment out there that is there for certain things. So like I said, it's subtle types of things. And again, in a lot of these instances, the husband, who is Caucasian, is there with the wife as this is happening because he is okay and down directly with this. So like I said, please don't pull up here and try to talk about black people real crazy and real slick, because I know how y'all get down. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. I'm not even diving into the whole other aspect of the different communities as married Caucasian dudes that y'all like to dibble and dabble directly into, either with the consent of your wife or without the consent of your wife. So please, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Like I said, for a lot of y'all that want to come up here and clown, back away. You ever seen Godzilla when the scales start glowing? That's a warning sign. That means do not press any further. If you do, it is going to be a problem. Going to be a problem. But yeah, Billie Jean said, let's talk about how they really love their sisters. See, I ain't even gonna go that far. I leave some stuff where it directly needs to be left. Like I said, I'll highlight certain things. I'm not gonna go too far. Yeah. What was it? Tarot. That is correct. The name that you put directly up there, that would be the terminology that people would normally use. Now, when I happen to sit up there and look at certain things, and I have a certain understanding of human beings, those who are in those relationships. I mean, for me, I don't really sit up there and an ultra judge, because people just want to do stuff. I get it. People have been used to certain types of content that they've indulged in for 20, 30, whatever years. And it gets to a point where people want to be like, we should sit up there and try this. So, like I said, I try not to be ultra judgmental. I get it. Cool. No problem. Now, the judgment starts coming in when people start talking about black people, black Americans. That's when the judgments will start. And everything is going to be just laid out on the floor. That's what we're going to be doing. That's what we're going to be doing. But like I said, it'd be like that though. It be like that. Anyways, let's continue with the next video.
Message to most of the Africans making videos saying they don't care what Black America does and go ahead and do it and all of this. Y'all some disrespectful people, and this is how we got to this point. You see, y'all's privilege, which you don't have here in America, we're not giving it to you, has got the best of you, okay? Let's say that. Y'all do not support our businesses. You do not come and support us. So we could care less about the African businesses in any damn way. Support yourselves, that's fine. And if white people support you, wonderful. Wonderful. But y'all are disrespectful as hell. Not only are you not owning the fact that your ancestors sold us over here, but you seem to forget that you're here in the Americas on the strength of Black America. You ain't got no privilege besides Black America fighting for you, sitting there with your hottie toddy in America on the backs of Black America. So take your ego and your hottie toddy and shove it up your ass.
Oh,
says Black America. Everything that you tried to emulate, that you tried to do, your youth, everything. Matter of fact, Asians, Mexicans, Africans, everybody is imitating Black America. Yeah, imitating Black America. Nobody's imitating Africa or imitating Mexico or imitating no damn body else. Y'all all want to be Black America. Y'all just don't understand how we walk around with our head up after everything. You don't understand. What you do want to do is come join us. Push your way over here and join us. We do not give a damn.
Oh. I would just like to say that that woman is 1,000% correct. You have a lot of individuals, as stated before, that want to be massively disrespectful to Black Americans, and they come directly from everywhere, and they come directly here, and we are the main group that they are fixated on, that they want to talk so crazy about, and it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all when everything that we have done has not only been for ourselves, but it also leads to and benefits other people directly out there. But a lot of people seemingly don't want to acknowledge, don't realize, or whatever. And they decide to attack those who technically, inadvertently, have the best interest for them. Right? We are doing things that you cannot, in a sense, do directly for yourselves. But, it's whatever. Yeah, I got it. But like I said, a lot of people are going to learn. A lot of people are going to sit up there and learn the hard way. And it is what it is. Again, this is why you got Africans, like the Nigerians, visas are being revoked all over the world, not just here in the United States, where there's types of bans or tightening of these laws. It's happening all over, and it's like you only got yourselves to blame. This has nothing to do with Black Americans. Y'all did it directly to yourselves because of the types of crimes and the scams and everything that y'all be sitting up here doing. But you got the nerve to be from Nigeria and come over to the United States, and you want to try to talk about Black Americans negatively. That's insane. That is insane. If y'all actually acted right, if y'all were actually correct, if you actually showed respect and value to Black Americans, we more than likely would have tried to advocate for you. We more than likely would have tried to help you out. Would have tried the body block and everything, because that's what we normally do, because we're used to doing that, because we have a certain understanding of how this government is and how it will turn on you on the drop of a hat, because it's done it to us a multitude of times. But like I said, y'all going to have to sit up there for all of y'all. Y'all just going to have to find out the hard way. You bring it directly on yourselves, because y'all don't want to sit up there and listen to the ones that came before you. Again, y'all can, for anybody that's African, y'all can say all the time, oh, Africans, we went all over the world and all this other type of stuff. We found this and this and that and all this other stuff. But at the end of the day, when it deals with the here and now, who was the ones that came before you? Who was the ones that were already here? Who was the ones that already laid down the groundwork so that you could sit up there and walk without limping or leaning or tripping and stumbling? It was Black Americans. But like I said, y'all don't want to give credit where it's due. Y'all don't want to show no type of value. Y'all don't want to show no type of love, no type of appreciation. So like I said, when things fall, it's going to sit up there and fall. And as which they normally do, when people don't want to take responsibility, that brings them right back to Black Americans. Oh, it's you guys' fault. It's Black Americans' fault. This, that, and the third. Nobody ever wants to take about responsibility for the things that they cause at all. That's crazy. Diabolical. Let me see. So now we're gonna go to the next video.
Is that Black Americans have their own culture, and they've been here the same amount of time as y'all been in the Caribbean. Like, no disrespect to that lady that I met last night, but I'm so tired of hearing the same, oh, y'all don't have any culture, y'all don't know where y'all come from. First of all, you don't know where you come from, because you got here to the Hispaniola Islands or whatever islands that you came from. Then your family and your ancestors got there 400 years ago. You know when my family got here 400 years ago? My grandmother was born on a plantation. My great-grandmother was born on a plantation. My great-great-grandmother was born on a plantation. My great-great-great-grandmother was born on a plantation. So I'm tired of having to explain to y'all that y'all got here at the same time as us. So when y'all say that y'all built your own culture, Black Americans built their own culture in America the same way that you did. You just got dropped off on the island. You was a pit stop. You ain't no different from us. So stop saying that. And when people look at me and see how dark I am, they say, well, you just don't know where you come from. You're African. Yeah, you African too. But saying that you're from an island does not one up me. It's not the gotcha moment that you think it is. You actually sound stupid, because you got here 400 years ago. I got here 400 years ago. And you know what wasn't a country 400 years ago? Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone. These weren't countries. It was only tribes. So you don't know where you come from, just as I don't know where I come from. You got dropped off. You were a pit stop. We are all one. We are all the same. Stop acting like us Caribbeans and us Black Americans are different people. We are the same people. Stop acting like we don't have culture, because y'all cultivated your own culture of music and the way you dress and the way you talk the same way that we did in the Americas. I can't stand seeing y'all saying that we don't have any culture when y'all running around my city dressed up as black cowboy. Let's be for real. Stop saying we don't have any culture when every state in America has its own culture. Me personally, I feel proud that my ancestors was in the Carolinas in the way that they cook, the way that they dress. They was wearing suits, ties, cooking soul food. They was making something out of nothing, making something out of scraps that the master gave them, left down to them. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of go-go music. I'm proud of black culture. Y'all be saying it sound like pots and pans. You actually sound ignorant, because go-go music sounds like tribal music. So what is it that y'all really like? So y'all like reggae, y'all put y'all respect on certain things and then you disrespect other black cultures. Y'all be pissing me off. The way that we dress, the streetwear. The whole reason that we wear low-key gray outfits, black and white outfits in the DMV is because we want to stay low-key and stay away from the police. Everything stems from something. Y'all don't know it's like that. Y'all keep on saying that, oh, well, my country, we blah, 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 blah. Your country is like 20 square miles, bro. Y'all created your own culture. I'm proud of you. But my city did too. And lastly, if black Americans don't got no culture, why y'all keep on meat riding? Why y'all keep on trying to dress like us? Why y'all using our slang? Why y'all using our haircuts? Why y'all using them black women hairstyles? Why y'all wearing do-rags? What's going on? Let's get down to the bottom. Let's get to the nitty-gritty.
Man is cooking. Jesus. Everything he said, 100%. Like I said, there's been so many times over the years of doing content creation that I have observed Africans in Africa rapping. Where did y'all get rapping from? Huh? When did y'all start doing it? When did y'all like really think that was like the thing to sit up there and do? Huh? Jazz. What happened? Country music? How did y'all get there? Right? Like I said, a lot of the things that I see, I'm like, this is looking real Americanized, but you're in Africa. I'm like, you're literally in your village and everything. You got your people, you got your culture, you got the natural like clothes and everything. Like I said, the stuff looks beautiful, right? But I'm like, how did this Americanized way of music basically get to your small village? And why are you trying to mimic Black Americans? Why are you trying to rap? Why are you dressing like you'll, snap your fingers, do your dance? Like, why are you doing all this 2000-ish, type of things? Lean with a rock with it. Like, what's happening? Air Force Ones, oversized clothes, 50-50 caps, snapbacks, tilted to the side and backwards. And even in some extents in Africa, I done seen them sit up there and wear like knitted caps. I'm like, brother, ain't it about like 70 or 80 degrees out there? I'm like, dog, you're dressing as if it's fall in Africa and it's not. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, you look foolish. You look completely stupid. And I'm like, it's already enough that you might have some people here in the United States dressing like, like they're going outside, but they're on a beach. All right, cool, whatever. That's just, some foolishness here. But dog, you're in Africa going to the beach and you got a puffer jacket on with a knitted cap. You got pants, blue jean pants, and you wearing Timbs or Forces or Jordans. Brother, what are you doing? What are you doing? Africans, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? And then y'all want to always pull up to the scene and y'all want to try to tell us, oh, Black Americans, y'all don't know where y'all from. Y'all don't have no culture. We have all the culture and this, that, and the third. But it's like y'all try to say that we are of you, but yet we're still not of you. And then we're still separate at the same time, but yet we're still not. Like y'all can't even make up your minds on just one thing. Y'all can't even make up your minds on one thing. You guys are so confused historically that you guys are confused online. And it makes no sense for you to be confused because you got a cell phone. You're living in 2025. You have a cell phone. Jesus Christ. You got Chat GPT, you got AI for God's sakes, and y'all still run your mouths. So stupid. Like I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Like it's difference between having confidence and just being stupid. And this is just breathing just stupid. It's like you say that Black Americans have no culture while looking directly at us, wearing gold chains, wearing grills, wearing buffs, aka Cartiers, sitting up there getting your hairline tapered. You sitting up there wearing jerseys or other types of fashion which normally ain't even there. And like, brother, what? Like I said, y'all lost. Y'all so lost, man. Y'all so lost, man. Jesus. And that's the other thing too. Like, why is it for the African women there, right? Why are y'all even wearing like lace fronts installs or sewing, whatever it is that y'all? Why y'all doing that? When y'all start doing baby hairs? Like I said, for me, I know that from Black American women here. Like growing up, you got the young Black girls that would do it, and then you also got Black American women like that. That's a baby hairs that, like, for me, being a Black American, I just know that from Black culture. When did African women start doing it? When did y'all start caring about baby hairs and edges? Because in a lot of instances, just to be frank, y'all don't got edges in baby hair. Like what's really happening? What's really happening? And I'm like, everything is supposed to be natural over there in Africa, but every single time I look and I see videos of African women and they're dressed up, I'm like, you're looking real Americanized. I'm looking at all the makeup. I'm like, what you even wearing that for? What, like the heavy like foundation, like the lipstick, the fake eyelashes, the hair. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then you sitting up there just like showing off everything else. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, that doesn't even make any type of sense. I thought this was a Western type of thing. I thought that was only Black Americans do that, right? Because we were uneducated. And what happened? What happened? How is it possible that the most educated people, quote unquote, Africans, how is it possible that you guys are looking real Americanized and y'all ain't really been here as a whole? A few of you have been over here, but a lot of y'all ain't. What's happening? How that's going on? I'm highly confused. And then on top of that, for the African women that be doing hair, like, dog, how is it possible that your wig cap be sitting up there looking like all dried out? Like it looked like a anthropologist just like dug that bad boy up from like the Egyptians and just like sold that boy and you just bought it. Like, yo, any wigs that y'all wear, it needs a lot of water. Like, I know it's hot out there, but yo, that's crazy. Like, I don't know what, it needs some revitalization to take place to some of those. And then for some of the African women that's here, like, dog, y'all still doing like some hair stuff from like the 2000s, and it's not looking good. Just be natural. Like y'all doing like some 2000 type of like wigs or something. Like, yo, people have elevated their game. Like Black Americans, Black American women, yo, they are the top of the top when it deals with a lot of stuff dealing with hair. No other group of women can sit up there and compete and beat them in what it is that deals with hair. This is why everybody else is sitting up here doing it. Like I said, the moment in time that I can see a white girl talking about baby hairs, gelling them and calling them what did she say? I think she was like jelly bangs or baby bangs. Like she created something. I'm like, if you don't sit, you know what? Like I said, somehow, some way, I'm waiting for a white boy to sit up there and say that they created waves. I'm waiting. I am waiting. Oh boy, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for a white boy to pull up to the scene, be like, yo, you see this hairstyle? I'm gonna call this like white waves, fresh water. I'm gonna call this sea salt. Like I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a moment of time for that to sit up there and take place and happen, because you are going to get fried. You are going to get cooked and fried, because we can go back quite a long time and sit up there and show you a variety of different waves. We can go from the normal waves, the chemical waves, to the waves after you get your haircut. We can slice this a multitude of different ways. That pink, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, sticky bangs. Yeah, that was crazy. That is crazy. So I'm glad you brought up the 1920s, because you do realize that there was a cartoon character called Betty Boo. When you look up who Betty Boo was basically, supposed to be, it was a Black woman. So yeah, shout out to you bringing up the 1920s. And again, proving the fact of what I stated before, where it deals with Black Americans doing something and other people basically copying it. Like I said, a lot of people don't even realize that Betty Boo is a Black character, just like April O'Neil off of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah, she was originally a Black character. Just like Rogue from the X-Men, originally she was a Black character because they modeled her after a Black woman that was a model, but then they decided to basically make her white. Like I said before, y'all really be thinking that y'all knowing some stuff, and people don't know. People just don't know. And on top of that, if you really think about the different types of hairstyles when it deals with women, Black women are the main ones that do the most intricate and that change their hairstyles the most. I done seen Black women with braids. I done seen them with fades, with designs, with mohawks, frohawks, half shaved, fully shaved, like whatever hairstyle that you can think of. I done seen Black women with it. And 9 times out of 10, it ain't up until Black women sit up there and do it that other women want to start doing it. But then when other women do it, now it got to be highlighted. Like when you started, what was it? I think at one point in time it was like Amber Rose. It was like the main style where you saw Black women with half full hair, and then the other side would basically be shaved. That was a thing for a few years. And it wasn't up until people started seeing like some white girls or anybody else other than Black women that people were like, oh, this is the dope style. I want to sit up there and start doing la la la. Because normally white women ain't doing that. Normally white women and women of other nationalities ain't doing that because their hair is their crown. They're not trying to be versatile. They're not trying to do this. They're trying to make sure they keep that full head of hair by any means necessary, and they're not trying to do anything to ruin it. So, like I said before, Black people in general make people or allow people to be comfortable to do certain things. Black women allow it and make it comfortable for other women to be like, yo, you can still be beautiful or look good and whatnot or whatever while having your hair in a variety of different types of ways. Like I said, it's crazy. It's crazy. D Money said, just don't bring back those 90 hairstyles. You got an African in the UK talking about he about to bring back Jerry curls as if he just invented something and just found something out. I'm like, dog, we were. This is why I get tired of like people when they think that they're in a sense reinventing the wheel. Like that was a whole cultural thing. Like you're not like you literally saw this with the Jackson 5. But again, a lot of people like to say that Black people don't have no culture. We don't cause no waves. We don't do this. We don't do that. Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, 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 crazy. So let me correct you. Betty Boop or Betty Boo, either which way is still the exact same character. Because the P isn't on there. Now it's just vastly, incorrect. Okay. Oh, wow. It still doesn't take away the fact that it's still a Black character. The same way that I said about April O'Neil. The same thing I said up there and stated about Rogue from the X-Men. The main one that you see all these white girls like, oh, I want to cosplay as Rogue. Rogue is actually a Black woman. But yeah, no problem. That's cool. You got it. You said ain't no one saying that Black people have no culture. To everybody that is clearly in my live stream, and for some of y'all that's been here for a minute, this is the type of idiocy that I have to deal with on a consistent everyday basis. So this person here is telling me that nobody has said that Black people don't have a culture. So for those who are already initiated, correct me if I'm wrong, haven't I already brought you guys evidence and videos of Africans who are literally in Africa stating that Black Americans have no culture, on top of the fact that we don't know who we are and we don't know where we're from and that they have to teach us? I could have sworn I just recently actually pulled a video. I actually just brought that up in a video. This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Wow. Diabolical. And this also further proves that people refuse to do any type of research on content creators and the content that they specifically put out. Like this is like that one moment where it's like, is this you? This is you. I don't know what bloodline you're from, but somebody needs to come claim you. Somebody has their lost child that is in need of a safety helmet. This is insane. This is 100% crazy. All you had to do was sit up there and do a little bit of research before you decided to open your mouth and sit up there and be stupid. That's all you had to sit up there and do, but you could not even be intelligent enough to sit up there and do that. So, and you do realize that normally what people like to do when they happen to, or let me just specifically speak for myself as a content creator. Anytime I'm on, let's say IG and somebody has a live, YouTube somebody has a live, TikTok somebody has a live, or even on X, what I would normally do is, as listening to the person speak, I would also peruse through their content to see what this person is about. I wouldn't just stop here and just conceptualize whatever ideas or theories. I would actually go deeper and do research and critically think, which normal intelligent people should actually be doing. But obviously, we are on two different spectrums. Obviously, I can multitask and you cannot. That's crazy. So now you say that context matters. If context actually mattered, then you would have paid attention to what I just told you, and you would actually go and do your research, even looking at the titles, even looking at the first 2 minutes of some of the videos that I've actually posted. I'm pretty sure that you have the technology now where you can actually open up your phone, have one screen open, put that in half, and then the lower half is on YouTube directly on a channel, and you can peruse and play the videos that way. Or if you're on a tablet and a computer, it's pretty much fairly simple and easy. So I'm not sure which one you're on, and I'm not sure how you're not getting what it is that I'm referencing and why you haven't still done that. When you want to talk about context matters, I just gave you context. Anyways, enough of that. We're going to continue on to the next video.
I'm going to come back and just tell you that they understand. I'm seeing the think pieces. Y'all are doing a great job with the educational part of it. Y'all are doing awesome. However, they understand it.
Oh, I got you. No problem. You said people doom scroll. I know that. And this is why I happen to do the format that I do. And this is exactly why you're here. And also why this format, let me educate you. The reason that this format is even on YouTube is because YouTube is being in competition with TikTok because of how many viewers per month and per year that TikTok actually gets by way of the format and the way that they have everything set up. So I know that people doom scroll. This is why, again, I do the content that I do in this type of format. Again, context matters. Also, I do understand that being on TikTok as well, myself being a content creator, that people will sit up there and doom scroll and still decide to peruse and look at somebody's videos, either while they're doing the live stream, or they'll take off the live stream for a minute and still go through and watch a few second, 20, 15-second videos to get a general synopsis directly on the content creator and their opinion of a variety of different topics, so that you can then logically think for yourself, like, okay, maybe I like this content creator, maybe I don't like this content creator, maybe I don't. So let me peruse and listen to the live stream, stay here for about 5 to 10 minutes, and then try to gather some more information and then feel my way through. And still, we're here. It's crazy. It's diabolical. What? I'm a little bit confused. You said what? Whoa, let me go back. Dun, 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 dun. I just saw your comment up here. You said, yeah, bro, I don't know. I didn't know you were speaking in the African context, not the American context. What? I'm a little bit confused. Somebody who knows English better than me, let me know what that means. I'm a little bit confused because, again, I try to follow because I understand some people have broken English because English is not their first language. I can pretty much usually go with certain things. I'm just trying to. I think the hamster fell off the wheel as soon as I read this comment. I'm just somebody who's better at English more than me. I know I got some people that went through college. y'all can help me out. Because dear God, I don't know. I don't even know. I'm not even sure what's even happening. Yo, hallway, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? I don't even know what's brother, what? Nothing much. Nothing much. Just going through videos and responding to comments at this moment in time. And one comment, I don't even know what that even. I don't even know what that is. Is that I gotta be like white people now? Is that English? Do you speak English? That's not even American. It's like I don't even know what that is right now. Yeah, you got it. Billie Jean said you don't entertain it. This is the same person that just called me adult. I thought they were calling me that. Because of how it is that I pronounce Betty Boo. Like I said, it is what it is. I'm used to it. Um, I mean, now you're quoting Samuel L. Jackson. I mean, that's cute, but that still didn't explain what it is that you literally just wrote that the whole class can see directly in front of us. What you said at this point in time was the most idiotic, stupidest thing that I have read. And me nor any person in this room are any more intelligent for reading this comment. If you get that movie reference, shout out to you. Classic movies out here. But anyways, let's continue.
Okay. It's not that they lack understanding. They understand that we are not the same people. They understand it. They understand everything we're saying, that we're two different cultures. They understand it. What the problem is if they really accept it and take it to heart that we are two different people, then it's where does it leave them in this world? Where does it place them in this world? Position and rank. Where does it place them? It would then cause them to have to be accountable for the things they have done as well as the things they have not done. I'm listening and I'm seeing these videos and they are actually claiming our people as their people, our ancestors as their ancestors.
That's crazy.
I mean, to the point where they're claiming Michael Jackson.
Diabolical.
I mean, they're claiming Oprah Winfrey.
How?
So if we were to remove that, if we were to remove those that are not them from their accomplishments, where does it leave them in this world?
Hold on, one question. So, like the black woman here is basically stating they're trying to claim pretty much everything that is us here as theirs. But I'm like, how is it possible that you're so quick to claim this, but you can't even claim, or as somebody stated in the comment section, you can't even claim nor get together with your brothers and sisters on the continent? Y'all are so divided there that it's crazy. It makes the stuff that Black Americans go through in America with each other like child's play. It's like y'all are literally warring over there. Y'all are literally bombing and tearing up cities and kidnapping folks. Like the stuff over there is crazy. And then you got the nerve to sit up there and ignore all of that and be looking at America, be like, yeah, that's all ours. All of your heroes, that's all us. Anything that you guys have written and made, that's all us as well too. Your past, present, and future, that's all us too. What, brother? Sit down somewhere. Sit down. Let's continue.
What has your people done? What has your country done? Where does it leave them? This isn't a logic thing. This is an emotional response because their psyche is being shaken to the core. It is going to have them evaluate themselves. And once they start evaluating themselves as a person, as well as a community, are they going to like what they see? Where does it leave them in this world? If it's not attached to the accomplishments of Black Americans, Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, that there hasn't been some accomplishments in Africa on different countries. I am not by any means saying that. But does the time that has passed equate to progress? Does it show a pacification amongst the people? But maybe this is ultimately what they need in order to make a better Africa altogether, a better country, a better Ghana, a better Nigeria, a better Sierra Leone, a better Kenya. Maybe this is what they actually need. So guys, I love your think pieces, but trust me, they understand.
So, I see a few conversations up there dealing with Oprah. Like I said, I get it, and trust me, I did not forget. Oprah went over there and she built a school for the girls over there in Africa, and different things of that nature. But when it dealt with the little black girls here, what happened? Nothing. Just to be real, nothing really of importance. I can't even list you realistically what she has done for the young black girls that are here, and if that is even still standing or still even in use at this moment in time. If you happen to actually look at a lot of celebrities, they actually do a lot for Africa. Things that are standing. I'm talking about in such as buildings and everything of the such. This is why I've stated to a lot of black Americans, there is no need. Like I said, Oprah, she got her billion. She could do whatever it is that she want to do. The same thing with anybody else. As a whole, black Americans are richer than all of those celebrities because realistically, we've enabled and we have positioned a lot of those celebrities to financially be in the areas of which that they are currently are. What black Americans need to do realistically is to position ourselves. And I'm not saying as a whole, because everybody ain't going to be able to make it. Everybody is not going to be here for this ride. And there's going to be a lot of infighting when and if, those things, happen to, if those plans happen, to take place or whatnot, or whatever. But the main thing I will sit up there and say is that, black people internally need to work on a lot of things and need to have a lot of conversations and need to figure some things out. As the brother Riza Islam has stated to people before, every plan that you have does not need to be televised or broadcasted, because what will happen is that you will have people directly out there that will decide that they want to throw a wrench directly in your plans. Any moment in time that black people want to get together and happen to build something or whatnot, or whatever, something happens. It can usually be by way of people within the community or others outside of the community. You will have a lot of people that will try to also derail a lot of those plans too. Just remember, it wasn't that long ago that you had a black billionaire that decided that he wanted to pay off the college tuition for the black students that were graduating that year. And oh Lord, the United States government did not like that. And they were like, oh, you're trying to do this? Oh, we got you. Hold this. We got the IRS directly on you. I'm like, so y'all waited up until this moment to quote unquote try to do some IRS type of business on this dude? That's a little bit weird. That timing is impeccable. And this is not the first time that things like this have happened when you've had rich black folks out there that wanted to do something for the community. So like I said, people got to pay attention. Like I said, even directly on this platform, I understand and know that there are people here that are supposed to be here to monitor and watch and listen, just like they do on a lot of other black platforms, just like how they do within the gangs. Right, they'll have police officers who are in bed with the gangs. I'm talking about they're in there 10, 15 years deep, like they're initiated, they're jumped in, everything. They're basically as official can be, but they're actually undercover dirty cops. Same thing. And they're just waiting for that moment to basically do what it is that they need to sit up there and do, no matter how long it takes. They'll stay working that case. So like I said, for a lot of black Americans, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there is nobody else out here can sit up there and help directly with that work. No outside sources can realistically fix anything internally. Like I said, and this is the main thing that I've always stated before: nobody can love you more than you love yourself, and nobody can respect you and value you more than you love yourself. So I don't care what anybody else has to say about Black Americans. It's not going to do more damage than what has already been done. I don't care how much love and admiration that people can maybe muster. I said maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe she's born with it, right? But no matter what positive they could potentially say, it's not going to add or do more than what Black Americans can do for themselves. So when the moment of time that you tell yourself that you love you versus when an outside source tells you, it's two different things. Your inside voice is going to speak louder than the outside voice. The outside voice can sit up there and be screaming, but they can only scream for a certain amount of time. Your inside voice has infinite energy. It's an infinite recording. It can go as long as your mind can sit up there and go, and even after. So like I said, it's a clear-cut difference when it deals with, energy and all of the, other types of things. But anyways, but yeah. But let's go to the next video.
Several books on Black politics and immigration. And your 2013 book that I mentioned earlier.
Let me rewind that because I think it might have been playing before.
I'm interested in something that you wrote a whole book about and you talk about a lot. So you're the author of several books on Black politics and immigration. And your 2013 book that I mentioned earlier compares native-born Blacks, Afro-Caribbeans, and African groups, and you use the term Black American. And could you describe that term, I think, in more depth? And then how does the intersectionality across these groups manifest under the larger umbrella of underrepresented group mobilization in American politics?
Right. So I specifically chose Black American because I didn't want to say like African Americans when I was talking about Africans in the country. And it comes from a political trajectory that I kind of talk about in the book and the renaming of Black people in this country, sometimes by themselves, sometimes by others. It's not lost on me that Barack Obama is not Black American. It's not lost on me that Colin Powell is not Black American. Or Shirley Chisholm, the first Black woman in Congress. Or Kamala Harris, who's the first Black vice president.
How do you think the dynamics about sort of Black American being sort of Jamaican or Bahamian, and did you think sort of Black Americans, we have a former student who's a friend of yours, Joel Payne, who used to say, and I'm just paraphrasing Joel, I didn't make this up. He said, I'm Jersey Black. And I didn't know, I really didn't know what he meant. And he said there's this sort of real difference between growing up and being born here, and your parents are born here and your grandparents are born here if you're Black versus any other kind of circumstance. So is that real?
So in my book, Joel says Jersey Black, I say JB. So when people are like, oh, where are you from? It's like, oh, Philly. It's like, no, where are you from? It's like, Florida? It's like, oh, I'm just Black, right? And so this kind of dismissive, like, oh, we're the JBs. And it's like, well, you're actually like 15th generation American and you're like a foundation of this country. So it's actually not just Black. It is Black American. So there's a certain level of, I think, pride that a lot of people don't have in the just Black, the JB title. But like when you zoom out 30,000 feet, it's like, oh, no. I did help build this raggedy house as it may be, but it is still like my country.
Yep. And that's facts. That is facts. I do want to go back up to a comment that I saw earlier where somebody, shout out to Herbert Moore, said, you got a new sub. Much love, respect, and appreciation to subbing to the platform. Much love, much love, much love. Excuse me. Somebody said that racism is not a one-way street. And I'm just trying to figure out who are you trying to aim that directly towards. For Maggie B, who are you specifically trying to aim that towards? Because during the point of you writing that, I was specifically talking about Black Americans and things dealing like internally. So I'm just I'm a little bit confused on where that specifically came up at, or how that's even a part of a topic at this moment in time. I'm a little bit confused. And I'm pretty sure at that point in time, like I said, I love what the Black woman basically stated there, where it was just Black. It's almost like Nike, just do it, just Black. It's like it almost has like a ring to it where it's like Africans are like, yo, so where are you from? I'm from America. It's like, okay, no, but where are you from? It's like, okay, I'm from Detroit, but where are your parents from? They're from Detroit, Michigan as well. But where's your grandmother from? South Carolina. Where are her people from? South Carolina. But where are her parents from? I guess the same place directly in America. But no, where are you from? From? I'm just black. It's just but then of course you're going to have the people that I saw in the comment section. They're like, you're not just black, you're actually a different grade of brown. If you put something actually black to your skin and then show you're actually, I'm like, no, I don't care about none of that. I get it. I got the Black Law Dictionary, I got the encyclopedia, I know the actual definition. There are sub definitions to a lot of words directly out here. So I'm not understanding why people are acting like this is just some type of one way linear, type of deal. This is why we got sub language cultures directly in the United States. This is why we got sub dialects. Like you got normal English, right? And then you got sub versions of that English. And then from that English, depending on the areas that you go, like you can go to Philly. They got a different, type of vernacular way that they sit up there and speak, and also a type of tone that they have. Other areas down south, like New Orleans or New Orleans, like a lot of other Americans like to say, New Orleans, right? Normally it's supposed to be pronounced New Orleans, right? You say everything all together like Samuel Jackson instead of Samuel Jackson, right? Like I said, all over the place when it deals with black folks, there's this type of subculture, sub language, and a different type of tone. Everybody has it, from the kids to the women to the elders, everybody. So I don't know. Like I said, for me, it's the conversation is a little bit tiring, just slightly. Um, wait, what? You said they don't want to answer your question. What are you even talking about? I'm trying to even find anything at this moment in time. Let me see what your name. You just got like the sun directly on the picture. They don't want to answer. They don't want my answer deleting. Then I don't even know what that means. Let me see. Doctors have more power to be racist, and presidents have the power to be racist, and etc. I don't think it means racism in terms of hating someone simply because of how they look. It could be as like when Black Americans call Africans African booty scratchers and things. That's not racism. Do y'all even know what racist? That's not racism. That'll be basically saying that if I crack a joke on somebody else or one of my family members, I'm being racist towards them because I called them black such and such. That's not how that works. That is not how that works at all. I need people to really understand certain things, like Jesus Christ, sweet mother. You said my response to your question was deleted. I mean, you probably deleted yourself because I didn't delete it. Because on my end, I can actually see stuff. But if you decided to delete, that's on you. There's nothing I can sit up there and do about that. All I'm sitting up there saying is, when it deals with the United States, I find it very interesting that the most vocal people in the United States that wants to talk about racism and how broken and separate this country is Black Americans. And when Black Americans highlight that, white Americans want to be like, well, you guys are the reason that the country is broken and divided and fractioned off because we didn't know racism up until Obama was here. And if white people are really racist, then why would we vote for Obama? Like, that's crazy. That's the main go-to. But yet y'all got rid of the Black Panther Party though, right? Y'all took the life of Malcolm X. Y'all took the life of MLK. Y'all were doing all types of fire bombings all throughout the South when it dealt with Black homes, churches, and businesses. Y'all were burning down cities and towns and homes. Y'all were pillaging and going all throughout the streets in Black cities and towns. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? You want to sit up and talk about racism is not a one-way street. It's looking pretty one-way historically from what I'm looking at. Like I said before, I got tons of books when it deals with the racism in the United States going in one direction. A lot of these books were written by white folks, white people who did the research, who put this together. That's the one thing that y'all are very good at sitting up to doing as white folks. Y'all will keep some documents. Y'all, like I said, there's a woman, there's a Black woman right now that have very old books. I'm talking about from like the 1918 plus hundreds, where it has the wills of white folks who own slaves, and it specifically, explicitly stated what was to be done with those slaves after they passed. So, correct. So so Maggie, what plantation did Black Americans own? Let me know that. What historically speaking, what plantation did Black Americans own? Where we solely just had y'all as slaves? Let me know that. Where was that at? Where was that at? What was that happening? Where was that happening at? Like, that's crazy. Let me see. What else we got? Black Americans never had the power to be racist. Yeah, like I said, we can have a you can even potentially say maybe even discriminatory, not discriminatory. What is it? I had the terminology before. Oh my god, I've been doing this for so long. Everything is water, my friend. Everything is like water. What is the word that I'm looking for? Jesus. Thank you. Yeah, we can have it's another word with that, but thank you. Yeah. We can have our own biases. We can do that. But for me to go out there and be racist, that's like basically saying that Black people have the power to stop white people from making money. How? How? Y'all own corporations. Y'all basically own America. I can't stop Apple. I can't stop Sony in America. I can't stop Microsoft from making money, making billions. Like, what are we talking about here? But I can list and show you the facts that white people have downplayed appraisals when it dealt with Black homeowners. I can show you that. I can show you color codes and different laws. Like, there's a variety of things directly there that are one-sided, a one-way street when it deals with racism. Like I said, I don't know of any laws that I have at this moment in time that I can really impede on how it is that white people can really progress and move directly in this nation. I can't list you anything. Just saying. Like, that's crazy. Like I said, so for the white folks out there, for Maggie, when you say that racism is a one-way street, when was the last time that a United States president decided that they wanted to get rid of your Black leaders? I'm sorry, you're not Black. When was the last time that a United States president wanted to get rid of your white leaders? That they wanted to insert like a mole and they wanted to bring it down from the inside out, and they continuously did this historically, even still to this day. When has that? When was that a thing? When was that a thing? Because I can tell you when that was a thing for Black Americans and how that's still a thing to this day. Because quite a few people are on an FBI watch list, and I did a video on that, and I read off the names that were directly on that list. And quite a few of those folks are Black. And I wonder why that is. Very interesting. Sham does not have patience. Sham came in here full force. She was like, you know what? I got this. She was like, I'll delete your comment too. This is not your platform to spread your ignorance. Don't like it. Make your own channel. Let me tell you, when Sham pulls up in full force, she pulls up in full force. That is a woman right there you do not want to mess with. That woman is tall. Let me sit up there and tell you that's tall woman there. Let me tell you. Amazon. She is not to be messed with at all. Shout out to Sham. We got D Money here, says still waiting to see stop and frisk on white people. Yeah, I've never seen it. I've never seen it. You said you should say more the government. I guess you. So let me just highlight this. So everything that you're basically stating here, I have talked about on the platform at one time or another throughout the years, and I've also done live streams. And I will sit up and say, from a content creator perspective, it makes no sense for me to keep saying the exact same things when I know that people are going to be resistant directly towards it. It makes no sense. And again, in order for anything to really, be fixed in this country, the main people that caused it have to be the main ones to fix it. I'm just going to be real. So that means for the white folks out there, this is not no time for, oh, we all got to come together and put our hands together and fix this. No, 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 no. Fix the country that you said that you founded. Fix the country that you said that you built. Fix the country that you said that your forefathers set up there and built and did all this other type of stuff. Fix the same country that the greater majority, 99.9% of the presidents here, have been your complexion. Fix the country of which you have enabled the top people that you voted for to steal money. It was not up until recent times, I'm not sure if people realize it or not, they just recently narrowly passed a law that stated that those in government cannot trade. I want y'all to understand that. Yeah. So let me see if I can get to the what's the name? Yeah. So as of 8 hours ago, they had a new bill to ban trading for lawmakers, and the reason that was a huge problem, like I said, shout out to Nancy Pelosi, with a lot of her stocks that she was able to gain fields of money on. A lot of these people had insider information, and they would take that information and then they would put millions of dollars directly on what they knew was going to take place, and then those millions would turn into tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars overnight. So this is how you have a lot of your Congress members on government wages sitting up here making all of this money on a lowly salary, which makes, again, no sense. So like I said, the greater majority of those people that are in government are Caucasian. Y'all need to sit up there and fix that. Y'all need to fix it. You said, can you ask me an honest question? Do I hate white people? What do you think? What do you think? Yo, Zaire, what is up? What is up? What's up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. You said, what do I think about the Visa and MasterCard situation? Let me see something real quick. Visa. Let me see. So, let me see if I can find some. I see something down there I might have to roll back. You said, so as of 2 days ago, MasterCard and Visa faced backlash after hundreds of adult games removed from online store Steam and itch.io. Payment platforms demand service remove NSW not safe for work. Oh no, that's crazy. That's diabolical. How as a car company can you ask a platform to remove, like, what are y'all doing? Like, the people that usually play these things are grown adults. Let me see this real quick. Payment platforms demand services remove NSFW content after open letter from Australian group Collective Shout and triggers. Yeah, because that's censorship. Because I'm not sure, for a lot of people that might not know how. Shout out to Zaire for bringing this up. For a lot of people that may not know anything about Steam, in order for you to even see the adult content that is up there, the video games, you have to click that on. It doesn't just normally show directly up on the account. You have to sit up there and click on, just like with most websites. Even if you go to Google, if you want to see unedited images, which means they're not blurred, you have to go into your account and you have to unclick that. For the Australian, this is a far reach. The problem that I have again with a lot of these governments and people in office is that if you have to ask a company to do something, that means that you as adults in that, like, for me, I'm looking at the Australian parents. Y'all don't know how to raise your kids. Y'all just ain't monitoring them, and you want the government to do the work for you. Y'all lazy. Y'all lazy. Y'all 100%. The moment in time that I start seeing stuff like this, I automatically look at the parents as being lazy. Because my mom never had to sit up there and just ask a company or try to make an uproar directly about, like, that's crazy. That's 100%. I was taught just not to sit up there and do it. Now later on, if I decided to do it, that's completely different. But I was taught not to sit up there and do it, and I didn't do it just out of fear. Because it was like, yo, you don't do this. If you do it, you're going to sit up there and get in trouble. I respected my mom. I love my mom, and I also had fear respect for my mom. So I'm not sitting up there doing it. Obviously, for a lot of Australian parents, y'all don't have that love and respect and fear directly of your children, and a lot of you guys don't know how to specifically raise your kids. So now you're turning to the government to basically do the work that you should have already been sitting up there doing. That's insane to me. That's 100% insane. That is crazy. Lord have mercy. Wait, Gail said that she didn't know that. I'm a little wait, how far back in the comments am I? That was only like I'm only 3 minutes after. Okay. So you must be referring to the other video that I was talking about. Matter of fact, let me just mark this video. Let me just have that directly bookmarked there. Now let me go back to the. Let me just highlight this just so that we're all aware, because I saw the video recently, and the funniest thing is this should not even be a this should have already been there. They shouldn't have had to vote on this. And again, they narrowly got this passed. When I mean narrowly, they narrowly got this passed. The congressional stock trading ban passes through committee as Hawley denies reports of White House pushback. Like that's how crazy this is. So I want y'all to sit. I want everybody, especially you white people, I want y'all to pay attention. Your government for the longest time possible has been cheating. So you've been sitting up there putting your 401k and all this other type of stuff throughout the 10, 20, 30, 40 years, whatnot, or whatever, directly in stocks to hopefully have a safety net or to have some type of, monthly, $1,300 that's away from Social Security and everything else. They're sitting up there getting inside information, cheating the system. While you're sitting up there just sitting by and you don't know what's going to happen from day to day and you're trying to keep up on the news, they're cheating the system by having inside information. Government officials are investing monies. This is like the casino betting on itself. And then the casino got to turn around and make laws saying that we can't bet on ourselves. Oh my God. And like I said before, and people want to pull up to the scene, to my platform, and they want to try to say that Black Americans are the problem in this country. Oh boy. If only you guys knew how deep this really went. Like I said, some of y'all really wasn't paying attention or around during the pandemic, back during the Robin Hood, back during the Vanguard, back during the Webull, back during when stocks were GameStop. Like I said, that's the main pivotal point. That's the main point that I keep going back to, because it was still insane to live through that and to experience and see it firsthand. Stock market manipulation. And I promise you that during that time of the pandemic, a lot of these frauds, these government officials were in the background with whatever private firms or whatnot, whatever, and they were doing stocks and trades, making millions of dollars while everybody else was watching their stocks drop, and almost hit zero. But like I said, these are the people that y'all vote for. Oh, Gail said, okay, so yeah, you was talking about the law makers. I got you. Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. Maggie said they're all crooked on both sides. I've been said that. Like I said, I don't got a dog in this race. I really don't. but I know the face of the government. I know who highly represents the government more than anybody else. So this is why I sat up there and said, whenever I happen to see white people sit up there and say that this is my country and it ain't nobody else's, and you can, I'm like, by all means, so fix the government, fix that corruption, because I could have sworn corruption should have been out of here a long time ago, but it's not. It's still here. It's still running rampant. Like I said, shout out to Monsanto. If you don't know who Monsanto is, you might want to sit up there and do your work. Look far back. Look far back. Far back to what Monsanto used to sit up there making. Look at what Monsanto is sitting up there making now. Shout out to Monsanto. Shout out to what is it? Bill Gates's little wax that he puts directly on the fruit. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff directly out here that people gotta pay attention to, and how manipulations in a variety of ways are taking place and happening. It's crazy. Yep, Judah said it's crazy that there are people in prison right now for insider trading. I think Martha Stewart was one of those people. Crazy how that works, right? Crazy how Martha Stewart basically they sent her up the river real quick for a little bit of time, but then all these people in Congress, shout out to Nancy Pelosi, a lot of these people don't happen to get caught. As crazy. It's almost like those files that disappeared, right? Crazy how that works. Crazy how that works. Shout out to Robot Chicken. Shout out to Robot Chicken. But yeah, it's all bad. But yeah, what was Silent One? I get this question all the time throughout the years. Seji, do you hate white people? Do you hate me? It's whatever you feel. It's if your main theory from everything that I've always talked about basically leads you down that road, I guess you found what it is that you were looking for. I guess you found it. Because like that whole question is crazy to me. Like, I'm never going to anybody white. I'm like, dude, Mr. White Man, do you hate black people? Why do you hate us? I'm not doing that. I don't care. It's like you hate me, that's cool. You don't, that's cool. You're in the middle, that's cool. Like, just stay away from me. That's it. That's it. Like I said, your energy can stay directly on the other side of the field, and I'll be on my side of the field, minding my business. That's how I do stuff. That is how I do stuff. Billie Jean was like, Robot Chicken is a classic. It is. I love Robot Chicken. Like I said, if people didn't grow up during that time, I don't know what to sit up and tell them. Shout out to Adult Swim, Robot Chicken. Shout out to the Masonic Cartoon Network, who stated that they were Masons. Black and white checkerboard boards, 33 degree. As a matter of fact, had all types of owls and everything directly up there. Even showed off Bohemian Grove. And like I said, I knew what Cartoon Network is, and I respected the fact that they told the truth. They just put it out there in the open. They put everything. And I'm like, I have nothing but respect for honesty. Like I said, that's how I've always been. So it'd be like that. They were putting all types of symbolism directly out there. They was not playing games. Everybody else was being secretive. Cartoon Network was like, it's whatever. Let's just put out these owls. Let's put out the 33 degrees. Let's show the Masons walking up the pyramid. Let's put up the all-seeing eye. Let's put up a pentagram. Yo, they was putting everything out there, dog. Like I said, that was one of the greatest networks because that was where a lot of people learned to love anime. Shout out to the Rising Sun, Adult Swim. All kids out of the pool. This is Adult Swim. Like I said, Toonami. Shout out to Tom. That's my boy. That is my boy. That's the guy right there. Every single time coming home after school, that man was there. After Hey Arnold was going off, I was probably swapping over to Toonami, or I might have just, skipped that and went directly over to Cartoon Network. Got to do that. It'd be like that. Let me see. You say I like to be in all spaces. They don't want to send. I mean, I get that. I get that. Somebody said you're so full of it. The government and corruption should have been taken care of. No way. It goes on forever and will never stop. Grow up. I mean, I guess you feel that it will never just go away, huh? It'd be like that. You know, be like that. Like I said, societies can be built on certain intrinsic values. That can actually happen, but the moment in time that you say that it's impossible and it won't happen, there you go. That's where your energy is going because you can't see anything better. You can't imagine. You can't fathom. So that's what you get. Just like when white people say that all they see is negative. Black Americans doing negative stuff. If that's all you see, if that's all you consume every day, that's all you're going to get. Every algorithm is going to be attuned to what it is that you want to see, and that's all you want to see. So, like I said, people don't understand, and it'd be like that. It'd be like that. You said that your ex was a 32-degree Mason and a preacher. Hmm. It'd be like that. He said, and of course, there is nothing to say in chase of money. Here it is for you to see. No one cares. You're speaking in riddles. Sham said, Shamrock said that I'm sure that there was a story behind Tom, though. Yeah, Tom went through a lot of transitions. That was the first time, like I said, the interlude and everything that was taking place. Tom had a whole story, different ships, story, different bodies, and everything, and even a whole different computer. There was a lot of things. Like I was invested. I was like, oh man, like that, yo, you had to be there. You had to be there for that storyline. I was invested. I'm like, yo, they took my man Tom. I remember sitting up there going to school that day. That's all I was. I was like, dog, what? Like, so what's going to happen with tsunami? Like, if Tom ain't here, like, ain't nobody in it. Like, y'all just, what are we doing? Like, it was crazy. But yeah, it'd be like that though. It So Gail said, Maggie B, why was he your ex? Maggie said because he cheat and beat. Well, you escaped. You know, you are out of there. You know, this is usually the time where people start writing books about their high profile exes and the things that they were into, and it becomes, you know, a top seller, New York Times. So you might want to get on that. Might want to get on that. That might be your calling. Don't pull an Anne Heche though, but yeah, you know, you can write a book or something. Maybe you got to paraphrase or something like that because you know people be watching. Do 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 do. Shout out to the X Files. You say Judah said got all 7 seasons of Robot Chicken on DVD. That's dope. That is dope. Ray said Diddy was locked up, but the Abercrombie owners were actually using the business. Like I said, that whole thing was deep. A lot of these things are deep. And you know, the craziest part, I sit up there and tell you this, you probably won't see light of this probably like 15 to 20 years or something like that from now. But the whole thing with the streaming landscape, do not be too shocked if you will see something later on, like decades later, dealing with that. Because I promise you, it will more than likely, it's going to happen. It's going to sit up there and take place. Because usually where there is a lot of money, there's usually a lot of corruption and there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes. So, you know, it's going to be a lot of things coming to the light. Like I said, it's going to be more that's going to be happening. People are going to be looking at a lot of people sideways. Like I said, this newer generation, oh boy. If they think that they witnessed something when it dealt with a lot of these celebrities, oh, their world is going to shatter when it deals with a lot of their celebrities that they literally grew up with. Oh boy. You say he just got married for the 5th time. That is diabolical. Yeah, it was like, now she comes here for the torture. That's crazy. Diamond said, I'm telling y'all, watch the scene from the movie Sugar Hill. These Africans been hating on us for real. Oh yeah, I showed off that scene before. Yo, Billy said, Seji, what do you know about the X-Files? Oh no, trust me. I am a X-Files, Star Wars, Star Trek, X-Files, Battlestar, Galactica, Quantum Leap, it was some other sci-fi shows that I was going to sit up there and mention as well too. The Outer Limits, right? The Twilight Zone, which this is why I got the Seiji Zone directly, as a whole another channel. Like I said, a lot of different shows I love, and every now and again I still watch those when they don't require a subscription service. I happen to watch those a lot. I'll just binge them and just be directly there. A lot of shows, a lot of shows. Ronald said, "Wow, the comments are nothing about the topic." Yeah, I mean, the live stream says it has a topic and then it says and more. That means that it'll probably branch off, leading to different things, different types of conversations. That's what typically happens on this channel. Zaire said, "Hey Seji, they're also trying to pass a bill to center YouTube. So you say your channel may be affected. Sure, hopefully not. I'm probably let me see. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what they got here. Because I'm still waiting for the whole TikTok thing, because they really tried to scare people on that, and people just flew the red note. And I think the government was like, you know what? We're not going to do that again. It just literally watched fields of Americans run to China. That is not what the government expected. It was like, yeah, that's not what was supposed to happen. Oh, man. Let me see. Okay, I see what you're talking about. So a day ago, they said that YouTube to be a part of the Australian youth social media ban. YouTube will be included in Australia's world's first social media ban for children under 16. Huh. YouTube's most popular first TV destination for children. Australia bans YouTube accounts for children under 16 and reversal of previous things. I mean, but shouldn't they be doing that to everybody though? They should be doing that to Twitch. I've any platform that you can think of, I've done a video and showed how detrimental the platforms are to younger folks directly out there. I've highlighted things directly on YouTube. I've highlighted things on Twitch. I've highlighted things on TikTok. Highlighted things on IG. So I'm a little bit confused on why Australia isn't banning everything. Just to be real. But like I said, they even got a and on top of that, if they want to take it to a further extent, you might as well be going after a lot of these apps. Like they have apps that are meant for teens, but you got grown adults on these apps. And I talked about those apps before. I think what was the app called? I think it was like Likey or Like Me or something like that. And because again, TikTok originally started off for like kids and everything like that, and then adults jumped on there when they realized that, oh, I can get likes and I can get fame real quick and da 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 da. So now TikTok is where it is at this moment in time. But they got other apps directly out there that's meant for teens, but you got grown adults directly on there, and they're talking to the teens on there. So I'm like, you can't sit up there and say that you're going to do like this type of ban, but you're not going to try to reach everything directly out there, since you're talking about the safety of the kids. That's crazy. It's diabolical. But yeah, Zaire, shout out for letting me know. It shouldn't have any it shouldn't cause any issues with the greater majority of YouTubers directly out there. But also, like I said before, parents should be doing their job and monitoring their kids and what it is that they're watching. Like I'm not even gonna go into those videos on YouTube. I already talked about those 4K videos. Like I said, it's crazy. Billy said, "I am a Trekkie too. I see you out here. I see you. I think one day I'll probably talk about some Star Trek stuff. I probably got to give myself a little bit of a refresher course, because I used to watch when it aired. I used to watch a Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and a few other ones back when they aired. Diamond said, "I loved Quantum Leap and The Outer Limits." Yeah, good shows. Like I said, a lot of people don't even know anything about those shows, which is a shame. Good shows. Good, very good, decent shows. Billy said Quantum Leap remake was utter trash. You know what? I didn't see that. And another classic show. You also got MacGyver. That dude can get himself out of any situation. Crazy work. Diabolical. Let me see. Said typo. Gil said teens and early 20s get on my nerves. And you said those other individuals are really pathetic. Yeah, they are. They are. And you know the crazy part is I wanted to do a video directly on that. That was another one, but then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, I don't got no time. It's like at this point in time, I'm just trying to figure out stuff because any which way it goes, people will just try to insinuate stuff or whatnot or whatever, even though you're trying to do the best interest and showcase what's going on here. People will decide to sit up there and try to say a lot of other stuff. Like I said, I've learned a lot of stuff looking at social media. Like I said, I've literally witnessed people turning, aka shout out to Corey Kenshin. I've seen people turn on Corey Kenshin and the hat didn't even touch the ground. People were on the ground running, trying to tear that man's name down and his platform. All to within 24 hours, people come out there and basically like, yo, he's actually innocent. Even the girl came out who started this whole thing was like, you know what? That's not, really what I said. That's not really what I meant. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Maggie said, I gotta go to work. Be safe, everyone. The world is crazy. Stay grounded. That is bars. Have a safe trip to work. To and from. I'm not sure what Enix is talking about there. Not sure what Enix is talking about. If that's how you pronounce your name, I'm not sure. But yeah, but pretty much, guys, that is I want to say that is it. That is pretty much it. That is the end of the live stream. We've been going for about a good 4 hours. It has actually been a minute since I've done a live stream. I had somebody recently write in the comment section that they were waiting for me to do a live stream. So I'm hoping they'll get a chance to actually see the live stream. I'll probably try to find the comment and put a link to the live stream so they can watch it. Because I know it was pretty late. Usually I would do these earlier around 12, but everything starts later. Again, shout out to those who have donated to the platform. Shout out to those who have pulled up to the platform and watched, the live stream, taking part in the live stream and in conversation and everything of that such. Shout out to any and all of the members that we got directly on the platform. Shout out to all the patrons directly out there. Yeah, like I said, I think that's it. We actually touched on a lot of different topics directly out here, because of the comment section and everything of that nature. Carlito Black Cloud, what is up? You said, I enjoyed this. Subscribed. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm happy you were able to find some type of enjoyment directly out of the content. Sham said, I have Star Trek on DVD. I be binge watching it. Yeah, I got it. I actually got to get those as well too. Funny thing is, I got a Blu-ray. I can't get my words right because I'm hungry. I have a Blu-ray player because of either the PS5 or the Xbox. So I could actually buy some DVDs and just set it up as point A and point B and just have that running through the DVD and whatnot. I could do that. From the bottom said, thank you for all that you do. From the bottom of my heart, said, good night, chat and mods. Great live. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Zaire said, hey, question. When do you think you'll do another live stream? No pressure or nothing. Just wondering and asking. I'm not really sure. Because I've been like fixated on, getting the videos together so I can, put out the content and and everything of that nature. Because like I told y'all before, the moment in time that people start being disrespectful, gotta stay directly on them. I gotta stay directly on them, gotta stay making these videos because a point has to be proven. And it has to be cataloged. when it deals with the amount of disrespect that Black Americans are getting from all sources directly out here. Like I said, it's crazy. I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime, and it needs to be documented. And that is what I am going to do. As long as it's happening, I'm going to continue doing these videos. So, I mean, it might be, a portion of, doing this and also doing it by way of live streams like, I've normally done. Just got to, figure that out and everything of that nature. No. From the bottom. I got you. No problem. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Third Eye said, have you seen the TV show My Secret Identity? Why does it sound familiar? I probably haven't seen it, but I might have seen it online. Let me see. I gotta put mine before that. What does it look? Oh, that was an old show. I think I might have seen this. So they said one of the many reasons Andrew is confused is My Secret Identity ran for 3 full seasons before ending its run in May of 1991. There isn't an official reason for the cancellation, but O'Connell was clearly aging out of the early teenage audience that the show was aiming for. I mean, but we had Power Rangers. Billy was one of the oldest Rangers there. Like Billy was basically the main one close to 30. So I'm a little bit confused on how this even works. Like it's been so many times that you have people in their 20s playing teenagers, especially when it deals with high school. So I'm a little bit confused on how that works, but it'd be like that though. The classic. Look at that. The tail end of like the 80s. You got the neon colors and everything. Look at that. Classic 90s and 80s right there. Great times, guys. Great times. Josephine Shore says, shout out to all of your subscribers. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sham said, people attack the meek, but God says that the meek will possess the earth. So people will hate those who are blessed by God, I believe. Sham said, yes, we usually work together, but you have a large amount of racist and hate towards Black people happening. Signs of the end days. Bars. Straight bars. Third Eye said, LOL facts. Ignorant said, what's a Black person? You mean Africans. The classic troll. Too bad that comment won't actually be highlighted directly on the what's the name? Anyways, much love. Shout out to you guys. Hopefully, Lemon Lucas said you still live, Seji. Technically, the live is actually ending at this moment in time. So technically we are still live and we're not still live at the same time, but yeah. Yeah, we are technically still here. Normally this would have been a time that Tippy would have pulled up. That woman is late. We had Miss Anderson pull up to the scene. Gail has been on time for a record amount for a while. I'm so proud. And we we of course we got, Sham, we got Hack, we got, D Money, DSA1, and many others directly here. My apologies if I did not list everybody. It's a lot of people that we have. One day I'm gonna have a list. I'm gonna have a full-on list of every single moderator, even though I think like 95% of the people ain't even here. I'm not even sure if they even still got their profiles anymore, but I think like 95% of people are not even here anymore, on the platform. So I'm not even sure. True said, can you please find a video you made about our food versus African food and please repost it? Lord have mercy. That might have been like some early Jesus, how far back was that? Whew. That might have been like some first or second year type of thing, possibly. I wouldn't even know where to start. Because that would have had to been the first channel, I think. I would go out on a limb and say that would have to be the first channel, I think. But yeah, that's far back, man. Lucas said, "Good work out there, bro. Much love, respect, and appreciation." Sham said, "Night night, Seji. Stay safe and eat well. I'm ordering. Of course, you order. See, when I'm basically eating dinner, Sham was like, I'm ordering pizza." And Sham was gonna be like, "I got this whole pizza and I can only eat one slice." I can already hear it. I can already hear it. This is what happens when people don't actually share. This is what happens when people don't share it. Sham is gonna be looking at that pizza gonna be looking at her. Sham looking at the pizza looking at her. I can already see it right now. I can already hear Sham talking. Oh man, I can already hear it. Gail said, "Peace and love." Third Eye said, "Jerry Hero name on the show was Ultraman. They had to edit the theme song because there was license issues because there was already an Ultraman Hero." Yes. Okay. I got you. And I used to, the funny thing is I watched Rocket Man, I watched Ultraman, and then all of that reminded me of, VR Troopers. But then when you look at that, that's also Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. And like I said, it's a lot of stuff. Shout out to Japan. Like I said, a lot of stuff directly out there. D Money said, "I mean, catfish and crawfish. I don't even know what that last part is. It looks like it is French and I can't pronounce it. And I know I'm going to butcher it, so I'm not going to do it." Sounds good. Sounds good though. Miss Short said, "As live as he can get." That is bars, straight bars. Sham said, "Yes, I'm gonna eat it though, and the rest of the week because I can't finish it." Like I said, I know Sham. I've been able to know Sham quite some time, so I have an understanding. Hilarious, straight hilarious. But yeah, love y'all. Much appreciation. Shout out to all of the comments, everybody that engaged in the comments. Hopefully you guys might take a time and peruse through some of the content that we also have here, and that is on SEIJIHITO the Second Coming. So check that out. We got both live streams, shorts, and long and other types of medium short form content for your perusal. So I will talk to you guys a little bit later, and hopefully everybody will have a good night and peace out.